to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from jewellery maker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Hello, good afternoon, welcome to Designer Inspiration. I'm Jenny Cleary and I'm today joined by two luscious ladies. We'll see them both in a second. We've got some very, very cool things to show you today. Oh, I've got this on upside down. I want to just show you something a little bit, well no, actually a lot amazing. I had it on upside down, wait there. Hang on a minute, don't be going nowhere. Now it's going to be a little bit like this today because I've got a fellow Gloucestershirean in here. Have a look. Not another one, said Tom. Can't take no more than one. Come and have a look at what you... I love it. Do you love it? I love it. You might have seen, if you're an avid Facebooker, you might think, I know who did that. Well, she's here. We dragged her on. It's taken a month of persuading, but she's here. She's here. With Linda, I've got Debbie, and Debbie is going to be showing us some outstanding masterpieces, works of art. Hello, my darlings.
Her name's Michelle, by the way. Jen.
Michelle, not Debbie. Why? It's because Debbie's in there. I know that because I know Michelle anyway.
Afternoon, Jenny.
Hello, my darling, from Treadworth in Gloucester.
Yes.
That's where she's from, in Gloucestershire.
Certainly is.
Linda, are you going to join us and be a little bit like that, or are you going to stick to being
No,
Bunny this
I'll
morning?
be a bit like that as well.
Good girl.
I can do
Good.
it.
So that's how the show's going. It's be like the Archers, won't it? In
You
here?
will, yeah.
I like that. So we're going to be visiting you later. We're going to be talking
Yeah.
about my ducklings and your ducklings,
ducklings
and a
and
little
your
bit of Michelle's wire work. Michelle's not called Debbie Bolford. She's called Michelle. That's what she's called. So Michelle, Debbie, Michelle. Tell everybody at home how long you've been jewellery making for, just very quickly, and what we're going to see from you today.
I've been jewellery making for probably about 3 years. It was my sanction after I had my first child, so it was a way to... I suffered with postnatal depression, so it was my escape from the real world, if you like. And I made my first purchase from Jewellery Maker I think in about 2009, 2010, which is when Harley was born. I started with just basic beading, then forayed into chainmail, and then started with wire work. And I've recently started to teach myself to write with wire.
And we absolutely love it. Now, I met Michelle a while ago when she came in for a workshop, and she made a ring, and I sent you upstairs. I made you go upstairs, didn't I? Like, show everybody what you can do. And she was like, and so we'll see that in about 10 minutes. Like right now, we've got Soutache today with the wonderful Linda, of course. I'm going to start with a bundle that Linda will you die for this? Look
I know,
at this.
absolutely.
Have you seen it? The first thing I did when I was looking at all of my boxes today was grab this, and I went, oh my gosh, seedy pearls. We need these. We need them. They are the most useful, decorative little pearls, small gemstones, the tiny seedy beads. Where else can you get these? Do you know, I struggle if I go into a bead shop to even see a genuine gemstone seedy bead. To get them in pearls is absolutely a miracle, isn't it? Get yourself on the phone lines. I really do think this bundle is going to sell out. Now, you've got the champagne, you've got the lilac. Now, these are wonderful for surrounding a cabochon with. They are outstanding for Soutache. If you've got your Rix bead loom, you need these pearls. If you're doing bridal pieces, you need these pearls. If you want to do something, make a pearl piece of jewellery, but there's a little bit of a gap and you need to fill it in, and you think, oh, I just want this to essentially be a pearl piece. You need these seedy pearls. They are teeny tiny 3mm pearls. They are absolutely perfect for intricate weaving. They are absolutely perfect for doing your tiaras, your fascinators. They're perfect if you're using sari silks. They are wonderful if you want to start embroidering pearls into fabrics. They are absolutely a joy to make little beady beads out of. Just fabulously gorgeous. And look at what else you're getting as well. Gold pearls. Now, this is so luxurious, and it is so must-have. The minute I saw these, I thought Debbie Bolford, I thought Linda, I thought Sheila, I thought Sarah Alvin with her Rix bead loom. I think these are outstandingly wonderful for mixing with your wire work. So if you love to do cabochons like Laura binding, these are going to work for you as well. Now, I can see Linda is looking at me like, you better be giving those straight to me afterwards. I can see that. I know that face. Tell me what you want these for.
I haven't had the opportunity to have the tiny pearls for Soutache yet. So I've had, obviously, tiny agates, moonstones and gemstones, but not pearls yet.
And they're one of your favourites?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you imagine a really beautiful Soutache wedding piece, then obviously those are going to be exactly what you need.
Absolutely.
Exactly, spot on.
I was thinking of that fascinator as well that Sheila did.
Yes.
That I love out of sari silk. Now, we don't have many of these. My producers in my ear now saying 20%'s already gone. I knew this would happen because we haven't, like Linda's just said, we have not had the opportunity to bring you seedy pearls. They were put into our schedule by management, and I'm giving you all three of these for $14.95. Let alone the fact you've got those huge gold classics in there for the vintage bride, for the mother of the bride, for that gorgeous piece of jewellery that maybe you're going somewhere really special in the summertime. You're thinking, you know what, Pat in Menorca has bought these, and I'm jealous that Pat's in Menorca and she's going to be jewellery making there. Emma in Hampshire, Carol in Oxfordshire, Fran in Powys. I've got Jane in, I've said Jane already. Willow, gorgeous Willow from Cardiff. Emma and Carol and Eleanor and Aisha. Anna, you always buy gorgeous things. Pat in Lincolnshire, Pamela in Dorset, Norma in Hampshire. Well done to all of you. £14.95. You've got to be quick. We did not have many of these. It does look like they're heading for a sellout. Half of the stock gone and sold out. Let me know what you're using these for. And what about you, Michelle? Because you're looking at these thinking, what would you use these for?
I can imagine those with a bit of wire work, with wire writing, and just delicately setting them in some chainmail. It look beautiful.
you're really good at chainmail as well, because I've seen some of your pieces outside. Now we've got a text message actually for you. Who is texting you, Michelle? Let's see, Samantha. Hi Sam in Gloucestershire. Oh, it's Sam who lives next 2 doors down from my mum. JM Studio, lovely to see you finally, Michelle. Jenny, you are looking good. Thank you. We're all from the same shire, you know. That's going to be my catchphrase of the day. Oh, I didn't finish the end of that. I never did. Shani from Gloucestershire, I've met her as well. Hey guys, good luck, Michelle. You can do it. Love you loads, Shani. Sean actually came in that day that I met you for the first time, Michelle, and because Sean's from Cheltenham, where I'm from, and I got talking to you all, and I just couldn't believe your jewellery is so wonderful. But you weren't confident to come on out. We've made a cut. We were like, you owe it to the jewellery makers at home to come. So we're gonna be talking to Michelle, not Debbie Bolford, momentarily. Loads and loads of you on the phone for these. We've only got 10% remaining. You have got teeny 3 mil pearls, and you've got the larger. What are the larger ones, Martha? 8x9, beautifully gold, very decorative. Chris in Worcestershire, Isabella in Glamorgan, Margaret in Carmarthenshire, Jenny stirring it up, as all Jenny's do in Greater London, Susan in Shropshire, Helen in the city of Glasgow. There's absolutely stacks of you. Well done, Nancy, Deborah, Lynette, and loads of new jewellery makers. Absolutely wonderful to have your company today. Does look like those ones are heading for a sellout. Now I'm going to give to you, doop, 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 right in front of me. I'm looking for them going. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, this is it. It is this one, Martha. What are you on about? I tell you what, you can't see through that glass, my love. Have a look. Have a look. Now, next door we have a chap who is a real man in the building, everyone. A real man. I think his name was Peter, is that right? Was his name Peter? I think so. Not that I'm very good at names. Anyway, Peter is next door doing Debbie Belford's workshop. Can you see him right at the end there? Now, when I went in, they're clay rolling today. When I went in there, he had all these crazy stamps. Oh, what is this? And he makes Viking jewellery. Oh, amazing. We're going to get another one that I'm telling you has to come on air. He's been made to do that. And the pieces that he is creating are amazing. Chainmail that is outstanding, all solid sterling silver, and he's got a lot of gemstones like this. And I think it's because, watch out, future guest designer, amazing, amazing. Have a look. You've got, you can see the matrix in these. They are kind of oldie worldy, aren't they? There's something a little bit mystical about these. A lot of leather work as well Peter was doing. Now these are absolutely huge white magnesites. They're 14 mil. Either end of a big, thick, chunky chainmail piece. Now, also Peter's done some really chunky Viking knit. That is just, I mean, it's outstanding. Now, these are great with your wirework custom bangles. Wonderful if you're inspired by Mark and you want to do a bit of macrame. That'd be fabulous for that. Now, I'm also going to show you some mookaite. Already, I'm thinking that both of these are masculine or feminine. If you've bought a lot of our leather, and we've got some leather coming up for you today, my lovelies, then you're going to love this strand. You're going to need these. I think together with leather, they've got that sort of rustic feel with them, haven't they? Now they're matte. The thing about mookaite is it's got such wonderful densities of colour. We're not looking for clarity with mookaite. We're looking for solidarity of colour. You've got these deep, deep mould wines. You've got these wonderful mustard colours in there as well. Really striking contrast, and actually you can see that in some of these gemstones. You see how the contrast between the colours, just so. Do you know what? It would be wonderful for macrame, micro macrame. Do you know? Again, if you're bead looming or bead weaving, this is a perfect one for you. I know that there is such a huge trend at the moment for weaving and looming. Then have a look at this shell. Now this shell is going to go so well again with the leather that I'm going to give you a little bit later on. If you love to work with leather, then I have got a strand for you that's going to just do it in every sense of the word. Again, this one could be bead loomed. Again, I think these would be wonderful in Shambhala style bracelets. I think these are going to be fabulous stacked up against each other. If you've got the 2-hole spacer bar, or you can make your own 2-hole spacer bar, these are going to look really, really nice stacked up. Or you could just stack them on a stretchy, couldn't you? You can make the stacker bracelets. I think the thing about this strand in particular, and it's one that I really like, because I think you've got everybody's colours in here. Some of them can be quite quirky and childlike, so that's great, but some of them are very adult as well. There's a lot of personality in here, and do you know what? I think you've got every single season. I think every season is covered in this strand. And then I'm going to give you skim drilled mookaite. Now the reason, those skim drills are wonderful, because if you want to create, and actually we were talking about this earlier, this is where these are, right, I was looking at your rings earlier, Michelle, and you know what I said to Martha, wouldn't it be lovely if we had some gemstones that weren't drilled straight through the centre, that were round, that perhaps weren't drill holes, so that we could just encase them. And actually you can do that with this, can't you? Yeah. Could I just have one of your rings so I can show everybody? There you go, Linda's got them. The rounds where I just want to show you what you can achieve with these rounds. Now have a look. Oh, I so want to steal from Michelle, but I feel it's too early yet. Have a look. Do you see what I mean? Now, wouldn't these be lovely? Now, this is great because these don't have so much clarity that you see the wire going through, so they look like they're encased. They look like you've bezel set them, yeah. which is a really striking look. So I was saying to Martha, let's do more. Now, you can actually maybe achieve that with the skim drilled gemstones. Yeah, let them protrude and make your own semi-bezel setting. Now, you're getting 4 strands for your money. And they should be $15.80. Now, actually, that's a very good price tag already. Very competitive. If you go and try and shop anywhere else for jewellery making essentials like this, genuine gemstones, A, very hard to find. B, a decent price tag, near impossible. I'm giving you these for just $9.95. That's £2.50 a strand. $2.50 a strand. You are seeing French colours? Is that what you just said? Oui? Oh, fresh. Okay, I will not. This is more of a German accent anyway. I don't know what has happened to my French. Have a look. $9.95. You can use your debit card or your credit card to come shopping with us here at Jewellery Maker. Please don't forget to text us in 60777 JM Studio, followed by your message. Maybe you've got a message for Michelle, whose name's Debbie today. You can send it through to us. Maybe you've got a message for Linda. Have you got any questions about Soutache? Soutache is coming soon. Now, I know everybody, as soon as I showed that ring, everyone's saying, how did we make that? I have got, not in that voice, not in that was my, I'm just going to put my Michelle piece back on. Do I get to keep this because it's got my name on it, or do you know anyone else?
It was made specifically for you, Jenny.
I love you. I love you. It's a good job I didn't make you a piece, because who knows what name would have been on it. Now,
I don't mind being Debbie for a day.
Oh, you can be Debbie Bolford for the day.
For the day.
Now have a look at what I've got for you. 3 gorgeous gemstones. Aren't they beautiful? Have a look. Have a look at what you can achieve. Now, we've seen Michelle's designs already. Well, we've had a little bit of a see. Let me tell you, the pink rainbow coated quartz is essential. It's beautiful, and you have to have it. It's just the law. Have a look at all of these colours. They're so beautiful. They reminded me of the luck dragon in Neverending Story. There's something really magical about these. There's something very romantic. There's something very, very feminine and pretty and yeah, very ethereal. Now have a look at the rose quartz. Clarity, colour. Oh my gosh. They're 6 mil as well. Both of these rounds are going to be good for Soutache too, by the way. And I've got the flat coins. Now, believe me, these 8 mil coins are going to see themselves in so many of pieces of your jewellery. Now, you need to get on the phone lines quickly, because as soon as I show you what Michelle has created, you're going to want to recreate every single piece. I'm not done. You've got more. You've got 0.8 wire in silver. 0.8 is going to create things like these jump rings. 0.8 is going to enable you to write with wire, just like Michelle's done here, because it's malleable, because it still keeps its shape. It's wonderfully versatile, 0.8, and then you're going to get 0.4 in silver as well. So you can do the 3 up, 3 over weave. You can, I mean, there is so much you can do with this. And you know what? It goes on and on and on. 0800 644 655. If you love Michelle's designs today, I need you on the phones. Already an amazing price tag, at our web price tag of just £32.75. I know we get complacent here at Jewellery Maker, but when I take that price down for you, the phone lines are really busy already. You really need to take the reins. £21.75 for all of this. When you see, I can't canter today. I can hobble. I can't trot on either. My producer's saying, canter on over. Listen, I've got a slight strain, I'm afraid. So my walking is not what it normally is. Let's go over and meet Michelle and Michelle's jewellery and fall in love with Michelle's designs and want to buy everything that Michelle makes. Come with me. I'm so privileged today because not only have I got, there'll be no trotting. The luscious Linda, who is a mate, your Soutache, inspires me every time I see it. I'm just a bit hobbly, all right? Yeah, I've got a hobble on today. I love this. You are wonderful. Do you know what though, Michelle? It's gone so far.
It made itself, to be honest.
Did it?
It did. In the sense that there wasn't really too much an effort from me, just the stones themselves. It sort of made itself. It was a very easy kit to work with.
Now, you're naturally really gifted at jewellery making anyway. You didn't realise it, but you did it as a form of a therapy, like a lot of us do, you know. And just look. It's wonderful. Fate is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Have a look. Just fantastic. Oh, Linda.
Aren't they gorgeous?
Isn't this beautiful? It's just beautiful. There is so much. This has to be an enormous profit maker. That's just 3 pieces that we've seen. I want to show you. We've got earrings. I want to show you. Look at this. Look at this. Let me get it the right way round.
It's mine.
Linda, I love this.
Isn't it beautiful? I mean, isn't she kind?
She's kind and wonderfully, wonderfully, wonderfully talented.
Incredibly well talented, and that we have to. I mean, Michelle, tell me if I'm wrong, but the lettering was
handmade. It's all made by 1 length of wire.
I mean, my handwriting is nowhere near as neat as that.
I was going to say, I can't even write like that, pen to paper. Now let me just show you. Look, and there's more because I've got something on, and so has Michelle. Look at this. I just think this is fantastic. Beautiful. I mean, outstanding. We're seeing a whole new standard of wire work here, on a completely different scale and level to anything else we've ever seen. Have a look. I mean, I love it. JM, yay! Isn't that fab? And then down here.
That's the Debbie one.
That's
the one that
Debbie's.
confused you.
That's Debbie's. There. Well, Debbie's next door, that's why. And I was calling Michelle Debbie. Oh, gosh. Who knows what's calling Debbie?
I don't know, yeah, exactly.
Wait there. Michelle's got a necklace on as well. I'm gonna, oh my gosh, these rings. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pieces. Look at this ring. 13 pieces. 13 pieces for £21.95. Now, do you sell your jewellery on? Do you give it away as gifts? What do you do?
My hobby, jewellery making is my hobby predominantly, but I have noticed that some of my prong set rings that I do have been very popular, and I have sold them and they have gone to their new homes.
Now, how much would you sell one of these rings for, Michelle?
One of these rings, they would start from £15.
From from £15. Is that all? I want 2. So just 2 of these and you've made a profit.
Yes.
This kit is absolutely wonderful. Now let me tell you, I can see everybody's names up on my screen, and it does look like we are going to approach a sellout very soon. So you're going to show us how to create which piece?
I'm going to show you how to create this ring here, but the demo will also create the adjustable ring, which is here.
So you're going to show us the technique to create the 2 pieces?
Yeah, the one piece of wire will do both styles. I did this demo on a stage further, which is this ring here, but you can miss a stage out and make it as a fully adjustable ring there.
Fabulous. So what exactly do I need?
You need your obviously 0.8mm wire and 0.4mm wire.
Okay.
And
that
then
comes with the kit?
It comes with the kit. And we will make we will weave the centre strand all the way along, but as we do it, we'll introduce these as we go. So it will be a 3x2 weave, alternate sides. A
3x2 weave, alternate sides. And in terms of tools, I see you've got your mandrel there. What else do I need?
We have snips and round nose pliers. And you may need these. It all depends on how heavy you are with your fingers. You need to basically bend the wire around the stone so you get a nice flush sit.
Okay.
So there's not too much of a gap.
Fantastic.
And the round nose pliers is actually for underneath, so you curl it in so the wire doesn't catch your fingers.
So just to make it nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, you've got 3 lengths of the wire.
Yes.
And they look like they're about...
I've just cut these for demonstration purposes. To make this style ring and the adjustable one, you've got to be wanting about 20 centimetres long.
Of each one?
Of each one.
20 centimetres times 3 of the 8mm. Where do I start?
So we're going to start by wrapping the wires. So we'll just get a length of wire. This is obviously just for demonstration purposes. I have got part of the shank already made up, so we'll just show you how to do the weave.
Okay, and that's the 0.4 you've got there.
Yeah.
Would you keep it on the reel, or would you?
I personally take it off the reel, but it's down to personal preference. Somebody might feel comfortable leaving it on. Some people prefer to take it off.
But
you do need a tail either end.
You have to do that, don't you?
Otherwise you're going to have the reel going round.
Yeah, exactly. And you need a tail either end.
Okay.
So we have our 0.8mm wire and our 0.4, and we basically anchor the wire in place 3 times. Now, a 20 centimetre length of wire will give you a size ring from anything from an L to an N.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you've got your ring mandrel, it helps because you'll be able to so adjust it accordingly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, the bigger you are, the bigger the style of the ring is. The smaller the ring, you just make the length of wire smaller.
Okay.
And then once you've anchored it 3 times, if you can see that very well, yeah. So you've anchored that 3 times. We're then going to introduce the second piece of wire, which we will hold together, and then just wrap the 2 together. Like so.
How many times did you turn
So I've done it twice.
Right, twice.
So I've done 3 on the centre one, and then twice on the outer one, and then we'll take the wire back in and go in through to the centre.
So you're going in the middle of the 2 wires.
In the middle of the 2 wires, yeah. So we just need to split that. Oops. So then we wrap again 3 times the centre wire.
So just the centre?
Just the centre wire, like that. Yeah.
And just carry on as you are. And how far along do you go with that?
Well, with this, I would do it, for a size N to L, I would do approximately 4.5 to 5 centimetres.
So you introduced the third.
You introduced the third one.
How far in will you introduce the third one?
Well, basically, what you do is once you've started to wrap the first 2 wires together, you'll then when you've done those 3 wraps there, you'll introduce your second piece of external wire.
There we go. There we go. Sorry, just doing that so we can just naturally. There we are.
Nerves are setting in.
There we go.
So you introduce the second piece of wire, and then you wrap those 2 together. Like so.
Okay.
So you wrap the outer 2 together, and then you wrap the middle one 3 times.
Okay.
Then you alternate the other side and wrap the other side. So you would have an alternate pattern like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Perfect sense. So let's have a look at the whole pattern. And you go down.
So
how far are you going to
for
go
me,
down?
for an end to L, I've made that's 4.5 centimetres long.
Okay. What's that? Nearly a couple of inches.
Yeah, approximately a couple of
Okay.
inches. What we will then do is we need to start to make the ring shank itself. So we'll take the ring mandrel, and you find the appropriate size that wants to fit you.
Which is usually, when you're in this studio, whatever my size is.
And your size, Jenny, is?
About a JK and no, about an N I think I am actually.
About an N?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll
That's
do an
universal
M.
for me and you then, isn't it?
Exactly.
So who can get to it first, isn't it?
So basically, we're going to find approximately the centre of the wrapped wire. We've done that. And then we're going to fold the wires around the ring.
If you don't have a ring mandrel, could I just use like a marker pen or something? You know, the big thick ones.
Because I'm quite inventive at home, I've used a dibber.
A dibber? What's a
dibber?
dibber? Oh, for bingo.
No, for gardening.
Oh, not
You
a
know,
dibber
when you
dabber.
plant
I
seeds.
thought one of them. A dibber?
Yeah, you know when you're planting seeds, it looks the shape of a ring manual, you stick it in the ground and it makes a hole and you pop the seed in.
I thought a dibber was a whole different dabber.
What
I thought you were on about one of them bingo daughters.
No. What I would suggest you do, if you're going to use a dibber, get one ring that you know that fits you, so it's your size. Pop it on the dibber and draw around it, so you know that that's your size ring.
This is good. I think I know what you mean. It's got a little slit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. So if you've got one of those, perfect.
Yeah. So if you haven't got a ring mandrel,
Welcome to gardening today.
so we'll just, if you haven't got your ring mandrel, use a dibber, or if you've got a marker pen or anything that would be the same size of the ring you need, really.
Okay.
So what you now need to do is you need to bring 2 of these wires away, because you're not going to be working on these quite yet. So we bring this one away, and we're working on this middle one here.
Okay.
And we take this one away, and the same on the opposite side. You take the outer 2 away, and move that one away, and then we move that one away. So it basically looks like that. What you'll then do, if you're doing the adjustable ring, you then add the beads on as required. So I could actually, in theory, just show you, because I have a demo. So I have some beads here. So then what you would do is you would just pop your bead on. Oops.
Is this one? Me and Linda trying on you, Jules.
So you pop the bead on, and what you'll do is you need to anchor that bead in place. So you just fold the wire back on the bead so it's secure, so it doesn't move, and then you simply wrap the wire.
This is what you do that
Around.
makes me think it looks like a semi-bezel set.
Yeah, so you just wrap the wire around to keep it in place. Like so.
Perfect.
But in this instance, well, the different way you could do it is you could make this star ring. So what you would do is, instead of wrapping the 2 centre wires around a bead, you'll join them together, like I've done here.
Okay, yes.
Is that one solid wrap then?
So
with
that
the
is just,
0.4?
the 2 middle wires you've wrapped together.
What's
okay.
happened to the third wire? Oh, the third
Oh,
wire
they're
is sticking
side.
out
Yeah,
as a...
these,
right.
these are wires 1 and 2. So this will make this ring, which is not adjustable, it's stable. The flat surface there just makes it a little bit more comfortable for you to wear. And what we'll then do is we'll introduce our beads as required. So we'll take the amethyst coins, we pop them on, and at this point you're going to bend it over, because you need it to sit somewhere in the middle, but at a slight angle, so it gives you the curl on the ring as it goes round. And then you do exactly the same process. So we've folded it over, you can see wherever, and then we're going to hook the wire like so, so it keeps it in place. And then again you just wrap it round the ring, wrap it round the bead, making sure that you bring the wire underneath the stone, not on top of the stone, unless you wanted to create a spiral on the top. So, but I have mine underneath the stone, like so.
Oh, so you carry on round with it?
Yeah, so
using
you just bring it
the
all the way
excess?
round and just hide the wire.
Rather than snipping
Rather
it
than
off and
snipping it
curling
off.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using all the
And then you'll
excess.
do exactly the same with the other centre section of the wire. So you'll pop it on and you'll bring it across. But they sit at different angles. Can you see?
Yeah.
So that's basically what it will look like. It will sit at slight angles, which will give you this section here. Yeah, so amethyst one. Oops. And the other amethyst there. So it sits at an angle. And you do exactly the same hook the wire over, and then just simply, she says, wrap it round the bead again. Which basically then keeps that all secure.
The wire looks really smooth, doesn't
It's
it?
very, yeah, it looks like
on
it's
the whole
just...
collection, the wire is really smooth.
yeah, you've got very fluid lines
Yes,
going around
yes.
all of your pieces, and
Yeah.
that's actually something that my producer and I, when
Yeah.
we were looking at your pieces, I said, you know what, this is why I kept thinking it looks semi-bezel set.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And would you put that down to sort of this wire bit? I mean, some wires aren't quite so curved.
You can get, the 1 mil wire you could use, but you would need to make sure it was nice and soft, sort of really sort of warm before you used it. Personally for me, 0.8 mil wire is probably the best for rings, especially when you're doing something what I would class sort of quite a delicate piece. So for me, 0.8 mil and 0.4 mil are the two wires I would use the most.
Now you've made lots of rings actually,
I have.
quite a few very, well, all of them very outstanding, but it is the first thing that I noticed about you was that you are so good at rings. Have you got an example of that one that I saw that first day?
I do. That would be this one.
That's what we want to see. I want to show you what this wonderful
I'll let
lady
you do the boxing.
is capable of. Watch this. This is going to blow your mind. Wow.
Isn't it amazing?
Isn't it? Everybody in the gallery just went, oh! Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We've only got a minute or so left. So how do we finish this? And you just carry on as you are?
You carry on. You add the beads as you want them. Really, I just laid them in a flowing fashion, but you can add them in as you wish. So you could either put them all on one wire and wrap them all individually. The inspiration is yours from there on. You make it up as you feel you want to. I, in this instance, put the bead on there. No, that wire. Sorry, apologies. And then I brought this wire across.
Yeah, just there we go.
Yeah. And then I just wrapped it round the bead to capture it in place.
Jenny in Lincolnshire saying, wow, is Michelle talented or what? And thank you for making everything so clear. Well done, Michelle, just great. Many thanks again from Jenny. Jenny, seriously, I know what Jenny is angling for this. It's my Jenny bracelet. There's only one Jenny here. Honestly, amazing. We're going to see more of you. Do you know when you're on next?
I don't have a clue at the moment, I'm afraid.
We're management in the gallery. They said they should be in very soon. Very, very soon. Let me give you another quick text message from Rachel in County Durham. Rachel says, hi everyone, can I just say well done, Michelle. Lovely, clear and easy to follow demonstration. I love your designs from Rachel. Thank you so much, Rachel. Now, oh yeah, have you got that big druzy? Can we have a look at that? What did you just make Michelle reveal all right now?
Isn't that stunning?
Chainmail around.
It's all tension set. The druzy is held in by the chainmail.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh my. My producer earlier went, oh, it's so lovely, I want to lick it. I went, don't. Don't do that. Isn't it beautiful? Just outstanding. If you've got any questions for Michelle, get them through now. We are going to be Soutaching, you and I.
I think I might just be going home after this.
Well, do you know what? I could sit and watch.
Yeah,
I could sit and watch this all day long, but don't, because we have got Soutache. You are amazing. Anyway, lady, it's like,
You had to
God,
say that, didn't
I'm in a
you?
talent sandwich. I am this morning. We will be right back with some incredible bundles. Massive cabochons. I've got massive cabochons, so don't go anywhere because you need them. We'll be back after this.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Wasn't Michelle wonderful? If you want to see more of Michelle, then show us your praise for Michelle on Facebook, and also we need the messages coming from you. If you want more of Michelle, then we need to hear about it. I definitely want more of Michelle. I want more of. We reckon May will be our whole dedicated show to Michelle. You are so enjoying her. I mean, Linda, it's so lovely to meet somebody and be inspired by them, and
to see another slant on wirework is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, you think you've seen it all?
Yeah, exactly.
You never have. You've never seen it all.
Ever.
You never know it all, Linda.
Nope, don't know it all.
You never knows it all, my love. Now, have a look at this. I'll give you a little recap on what I've already given. Now, these are very, 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 very low in stock. So if you want them, you got to be quick. But do you know what? Labradorite. Look at this. This Labradoodle is absolutely divine. Look, hang on. You will perform like I know you can. There. Woohoo! Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't it divine? Heavenly. Guess what? My sister had her baby yesterday. Woohoo! He was born on April Fool's Day. I am an auntie. I'm so excited. Aww. He's called Frankie. Have a look. Have a look at this. He's Francis Cleary II.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Have a look.
How heavy was he, Jen? How heavy was he?
He was £8.8, but they told you he was going to be an 11-pounder, so we were happy with £8.8.
I'm sure you were, yeah.
Now, they said, oh, that's going to be an 11-pounder. Sunstone, absolutely beautiful. Now, the reason Sunstone's in is because we know Linda loves it and I love it, so we were kind of begging for Sunstone. It's beautiful, isn't it? Under £10 that's going. I've got the largest cabochons that we've had in ages for you today. But before we give you that, now wouldn't one of those rings be beautiful with real turquoise in it that Michelle just did?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh definitely yes. I haven't
Genuine.
seen turquoise for a while.
We haven't seen it in ages. No. It's the strand for the summer, genuine, natural turquoise. This is 100% natural turquoise. It's not turquoise coloured anything. It is genuine, pure turquoise. Isn't it? Do you know what? Isn't it just divine? And you can feel it's real turquoise as well. It always reminds me of Barcelona, and I never know quite why. Shall we? Should we have a little trot over, or a lamely trot over to the gorgeous Linda? I might just do it in walk if you don't mind. It's all my daughter's fault that I'm like this. It was horse related, wasn't it?
I thought it would be.
I mounted the wrong beast is what happened. And she made me canter and gallop around, and oh, I couldn't remember how to do. Oh, and my muscles all went to jelly, and I got off and I could have cried. Anyway, what makes it better is things like coming to work, actually.
Yeah.
Coming to work
for a rest.
where things are calm. Have a look at this. Amazingly inspiring. Today is an absolute afternoon of inspiration, isn't it? Just gorgeous. Look at the size of this cabbage. Look at my hand and look at the size of this cabbage. It's huge. It's wonderful. We've waited so long for these huge cabbages, and you're going to be able to recreate this masterpiece. Soutache is so important in costume. It's so important in interior design, and it's super important now in jewellery. Just an outstanding bundle. Yes, you can see real pearls. Yes, you can see the most beautiful, very regal colours. I am a massive fan of this. Now let me show you what you need in order to create this masterpiece. Soutache, as you know, is one of my favourites. The minute I saw it, I knew I loved it. It's one of those things you go, oh, I've seen something like that before, because you don't realise. I mean, it actually originates from Colonel's lapels, doesn't it? Yep. It was the tassely things and then the Soutache on top.
Yes, it goes back to the 16th century in clothes. And then obviously in the Victorian era, if you Google sort of Victorian stroke Edwardian clothes, you're going to see a lot of Soutache, and not so much with the gemstones in, because we're now sort of contemporising it, but certainly with all of the sewing of the Soutache in, you'll see tons and tons of it.
It was in a lot of drapes and things like that as well. I tell you all the time, my dad does different types of films, and he said a lot of the period films that he's done, he has Soutache pieces, and actually I've asked him for a few examples of them, so they are on their way. But we do have to cabinet them, because they are,
of course,
you know, like the time I lost the tickets to the wrap party of Star Wars. Didn't go down very well, that. Didn't go down. I lost them. Now, have a look at what you need to create this masterpiece. First of all, let me draw your attention to these huge, look at that. Linda, how long has it been since we've had sizable cabochons like that?
I know, I was told that they were coming, and then Rebecca got them out for me, and then when I actually looked at them, I thought, oh my word, I think this is the biggest cab we've probably ever had.
Well, I wanted to make that statement because I haven't seen our large ones for so long.
Yeah.
I couldn't be sure, but you think so
I think
as well?
It's certainly the largest one that I've ever worked with for Soutache.
I agree. Do you know what? It is the largest one we've had in for perhaps at least a year. I haven't seen, we have not seen large cabochons like this. You cannot get these large cabochons outside of this kit, I believe.
Nope, you
can't. They are only available in this Soutache kit. So even if you're not shopping for Soutache today and you're shopping for wirework, you need this kit. You won't be able to get these cabs outside of the kit. And let me talk to you, what I'm giving you now does not have to be used for Soutache. It is Soutache specific, but there are elements of it that you can incorporate in your wirework pieces and your beaded pieces. Now I'm going to give you the ultra suede, and you're going to get the foundation. So you've got the black foundation. Linda's going to show you how to use this. You need it, and I'll show you why in a minute. And then you've got your ultra suede. Now if I just draw your attention to the back of one of these cabochons, this is why you need your ultra suede, because it makes it dead comfy to wear. So it makes it nice against the skin. You've got your camel ultra suede, 8.5 by 4.25 inches. Now I'm going to show you the gorgeous gemstones, and I know, Linda, I know you must have chosen these. They've just got your name all over them. Why these gemstones?
I wanted a fairly dramatic piece because of the drama of the cabochons.
Yeah.
But then, obviously with Soutache we need a backdrop as well. The pearls were the first thing that I saw, and then I thought to work with that, probably the grey 4mm faceted agate to give a bit of twinkle, and then the clear quartz will gel the whole thing together nicely, and nothing other than that real cabochon, and the other two cabochons that I've used further up the piece alongside of the soutache will then take real centre stage. That cabochon will shine, you know, will look dramatic, which it should do, because it is so dramatic.
And I tell you, it's got a certain amount of clarity to it.
It has actually, yes,
and it's
it has.
really interesting to look at.
Yeah,
I don't know whether you're
it
going to be able to
has.
see if I hold it in a certain light. Because when I first looked at it, I thought, is that lapis? And then I held it up and I thought, oh my God, did you say lapis too? Producer Martha's saying she thought it was lapis too. And then we held it up to the light and we saw this incredible clarity, almost sort of veining of agate. It's beautiful. And they are, aren't they, beautiful? It is quartz, in fact. Now, you get an awful lot, an absolute load of soutache cord, which is fab. Now, these, I don't know why, but I just love that colour combination. I think it looks so uniform. Do you love these two together? I just, and actually, these could be feminine or masculine, these soutache cords. Now, soutache cord from the beadsmith is jewellery making.
That's right, that's exactly. It's specifically made for jewellery making, yes.
Now, you might be thinking, well, what else would it be made for? Well, actually, you know, as Linda and I touched on earlier, jewellery making is for drapes and for costume and for, you know, household embellishments and uniform. This is, and each one needs the right type of soutache.
Yes,
cord.
I mean, with textiles and sort of clothes and things, you tend to get thicker soutaches, polyester, rayon, and it is usable just about for jewellery making, but there are little bits and bobs that make it a little bit, some of the softer stuff tends to just soften in too far and it doesn't give you that sort of halo look, as it were. So Beadsmith thought about it and decided to make a soutache cord braid based on the original Russian braids, but very, very much specifically for jewellery making. So it's got the right sort of amount of stiffness to it, but not too much. It's got the softness that you can sew through.
You need it to still be malleable,
yeah, exactly.
Of course. Now, soutache cord, if you get quite close to it, you'll see it's made up in a certain way. Can you see how the two sides have a meeting point in the middle? It's called the ditch, and you know what you're going to do with your ditch? You're going to stitch it. You're going to stitch your ditch. That's all you need to remember, is stitch the ditch. And if you take your needles through the soutache cord and it's not in the ditch, you'll struggle. Whereas if you go through the ditch, which is kind of like that, it'll go through like butter and you'll just be able to continue. Very soft, very fluidly. Now, I'm going to show you the colours that you're getting, and we're going to talk about how you do it in a minute. So you are getting 2 of each colour. You're getting 2 of the blue stripe. You're getting 2 of the baby blue. And you're getting 2 of the navy blue. That rhymed. Have a look. You get all this soutache cord. Now, typically, if you go out there on search of soutache cord, it can be very expensive, and actually, it's very difficult to find if it's jewellery maker specific. It's just really difficult. I'm going to give you, now remember, it's not just the cord, because if you remember, you get those big cabochons, 1, 2, 3, 4 cabochons, all in the graduating, not gradienting. That's not even a word.
Oh, no, it's not.
Graduating sizes, including the Mahusif one right there, which is, let me have a look for you. What's that bigger dimension? 250 carats. Oh, I haven't got the dimension for that. I'll measure it for you in a bit. But the whole selection will equate to 250 carats, and you'll have a large one in there. You have got the gemstones, you have got the ultra suede, and you've got your foundation board. All of this is going under £30. Now, soutache is very expensive when you buy soutache jewellery. It does take time, just like knitting a jumper does, but it's no more complex than sewing. I can't knit, but I can soutache. £29.95. VNGC71, £29.95. Already a third of the entire stock has gone. You're all going cabochon mad. And why not? They are fabulous, aren't they? Let's have another look at what we're about to create, and then we'll get started with Lady Soutache herself. Look, isn't it striking? I just love it. It looks so posh.
It's quite a regal looking piece, really. I mean, on this show today, we are just covering this one piece. So Jenny will go away after we're probably halfway through this, and then we'll come back to it. Because Soutache can't be rushed, shouldn't be rushed, and it's something that you can put down and take up again the next evening, etc., when you're relaxing, because it is relaxing. Sort of ask the powers that be if we could just go through this in one go, in the hope that we also get to the beading part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also covering the backing with a bit of luck. We'll see how the show goes. But as I say, this part is quite a regal piece. I decided to make something that looks fairly complex, but it'll be easy on technique. Just to show you what it looks. I don't think before, sorry, I'm not finishing my sentences, but previously on Jewellery Maker,
previously
on Jewellery Maker, we've tended to do sort of smaller pieces, really showing how to go around the round beads and how to go through around the cabochons. But I'm trying to bring it a little bit together today, and showing that these simple techniques can make quite complex, dramatic looking jewellery once you start to put it together with the gemstones. So you've only got 5 pieces. Obviously there's the large dramatic cab in the middle, and then I use the very small one and the medium, the 4th one really, I think it is this one. I haven't used this one, so this one here is going to be jolly useful for anybody else, because you'll have enough Soutache to use this other remaining pendant to make another piece, obviously.
Or encase it in wire, whatever.
Encase it in wire, whatever that you want to do with it. But today I just thought if we can get to the beading part as well, then it gives you a little bit more scope for you to add your own elements of design and your own creativity to make it an actual wearable piece of Soutache.
Okie dokes. So where are we starting?
Right, well, we're going to start with the big cabochon, obviously, in the centre. Now, we have done this before, but there may be viewers today that haven't seen how we wrap a cabochon. Now, we start off with the cabochon, the large one, and also at the same time, sorry Jenny.
No, steal away.
If I pop this just in the centre. Now what we do is we use some super glue. I won't glue this one here because I've got them, because this would be a shame to do it. But on the back of, let me put it not against the black. On the back of the cabochon, what we need to do is to put some super glue on the back. Okay, this super glue we sell on the website. It's jolly good super glue for keeping your cabochon onto your backing foundation. Just glue within about 1.5 millimetres to 2 millimetres from the edge. So come all the way around 2 millimetres from the edge, and then the centre part, okay? And then pop that down, literally pop it down. Try not to move it once it's down, because we want the glue to set. We don't want the glue to come right to the edge of the beading foundation, because it will only harden. And exactly the same, at the same time, do the smaller one and the one in between, okay? And then just let them, the super glue will probably go off in about 5 minutes, but it, you know, if you can, perhaps thinking you're going to start doing that one evening, then do it in the afternoon, do it in the morning, so that it's definitely glued on there solidly. But whatever you do, try not to get that very edge. If you do, peel it off quickly, wipe it round and start again on a fresh piece of beading foundation. And then,
just because you won't be able to get your stitches
you won't
through.
get your needle through. Yeah. If the backing foundation here on the very edge of the cabochon, I've cut it to about 2 mil.
Should you cut it with scissors or scalpel?
Yeah, just scissors. It can be quite roughly done. You can see this is quite roughly done. And then anything that's poking out afterwards, you can leave it on, to be honest, once you finish the whole piece, because that's quite a sizable piece. But you can also trim it away if you want to with some very fine pointed scissors later on. And then we're going to work with 3 lengths of Soutache cord. Now, because this particular design has got a couple of coils off the bottom of it, we've got the 1 coil, and then we're going into that 2nd coil which houses the pearl. Take a really good length of Soutache cord, probably about a good 20 inches of it. I can't tell you too many times how much you should be generous with Soutache cord. Don't be stingy with it, because there's nothing worse of getting to a little curly queue or a part on your design where you just haven't got enough left to turn around or to actually sew into the back. It's really annoying and it'll spoil the whole piece. So I've put plenty of Soutache in this particular bundle to enable you to be just that, to be generous with it. So, you know, really make yourself be very generous with the Soutache, because the little bits that are left over, keep them, because you can always wrap those in the Soutache cord and start adding to a bigger, more diverse piece at a later date.
Okay. We've got some more colourways in your Soutache cord
have.
coming up for you a little bit later. We've got a really huge variation of colours today.
Okay, now I'm using the black Eslon thread, and all we need to do is to bring the needle through the back of the beading foundation, and then back out at the side of the cabochon. Now we'll just sew on the one piece first. Now I've come through, you can see there, the needle has come through the back of the Soutache cord, in through the ditch and straight out again, okay? Now, because you're working with rather a large cabochon here, it is quite imperative that you do work slowly, okay? You've seen me many times get myself tangled up and get those horrible little knots, but you need to sort of hold the Soutache in place as best you can with your, I call this the non-working hand, but it's doing a lot of work as well. And then just pull through. Obviously you've knotted.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, you've knotted. And then keeping that Soutache, what I've done is I've used the paler blue on the inside, followed by the chevron pattern, followed by the navy, because the chevron pattern is made up of both of these colours anyway. And I thought it was a nice thing to use the chevron this time. So keeping that Soutache as close as you can to the cabochon. If you then take the needle, you can go quite a big stitch this time, because you're going to cover this with another 2 layers, and then just be aware of no tension on the stitching. I do say that a lot.
Tension on your stitches.
Yeah, I
so
do
you're not
say that a lot.
tight, tight, tight.
No, and look, exactly the very first time I've done a stitch, it's got itself tangled up.
And that's why you're not pulling it tight.
It's this is something that I think the best thing to do is start again on that one. No, we've sorted it. Is when you're actually starting sewing on this very first piece, it really is, I think it's the only, let me take that one out, the only time that you need to be really practiced is, well, the only thing that you need to really practice on is this very easy peasy sewing, which is just a running stitch.
The one you do at school, the
the one that you do at school, but it is the tension, okay, and it is the way that you handle the Soutache. So if you can see, I've got the centre of the Soutache, I'm now popping it through that ditch, and I'm going to pull it through until I've got down onto the cabochon, okay? And then taking, this is why we're going to take the whole show for this, because it's a sizable piece, and I didn't really want to have the pressure of rushing it too much, because I don't think it's fair on you people out there that are watching. So again, keeping a good eye on the Soutache, keeping a good eye on the thread and the path of it, you can do a big stitch now and take it through the ditch of that Soutache and then gently pull it through. Now this is the point at which you don't need to have any tension. Gently, gently, okay? And then again, keeping that beginning part at the top of the cabochon. Because these are gemstone cabochons, they are, just by the nature of being a gemstone, they are very, very, very smooth. So once we've got this started, we'll be in a much better position for the Soutache to sort of grip to the sides of the cab. Now coming through the back, okay, and head for the gemstone and head for the ditch again.
You can see when it goes through.
So there's that ditch, and then pull through.
Now, do we need to be terribly worried about the neatness of our stitches?
Not on the inner layers.
Because we're going to cover it up with the others.
We're going to cover it up with the others. So again, we can take a big jump, go in through that ditch, back through the beading foundation, and pull it through. Okay. And then again, we can take a big jump from the back. If I can sort of swap it, I don't want to loose the cab at the minute, but if I'm taking quite big jumps, heading from the back into the ditch.
Yeah.
So we've hit the ditch. Tell me, Jenny, if I'm going up.
No, I can. No, look. Yeah, there you are.
That's
You're perfect.
fine. And then again, pull it through, and then we're heading round the cabochon. Okay, we're heading round the cabochon. So we keep moving it around. and pop it back through. Okay, bring it round, again, back through the backing foundation, in through the ditch. I've just missed that ditch there. I can feel it as well as see it. What you'll find is, I can show you, I've got an example of the needle here. What you'll find is that the needle, it's starting to bend now. That's exactly what you want to happen.
Because you want it to undulate in and out,
it wants
don't you?
it to sort of come in, and you'll end up with this natural curve in the needle that works. See, I keep missing it the whole time.
Yeah, but do you know what? I think it's more sense than sight with Soutache sometimes,
and also
isn't it?
what it is, you see, on air it's quite, there you go, on air it's quite a wrong position to be in,
and well,
because
absolutely.
as you're sewing, you're holding it fairly close to you.
You need to be looking, and when you are, it's a much quicker process. But
yes, if you sort of are aware of the fact, saying, "Oh, that looks a bit awkward," it's simply the way I'm having to do it for the camera. But when you're at home and you're doing it, then that just simply won't happen, because you'll have it in a natural sewing position, and you'll have far more control over it than I have here. Watch this excess on the cotton, on the Eslon thread, because it's such a gorgeous slippy thread. It'll tend to slip out of the needle as well. Yeah. Now we're heading down to what I call the neck at the bottom. Sorry about that slipping there. That will come in, that'll stick a lot better once I get the next layer on, because I'm doing rather large stitches here, so it looks a bit ungainly, but it's just really for rushing to get the next one. Now we're coming down to the base here, okay? So what I need to do is to, again, as we said before, is to get that neck in place. Okay. So I'm going to pop a stitch in, a very short stitch here, and go back through the backing. So we pop it into the backing and bring it through, and then almost in that same, can you grab that for me and pull it through? Just to stop it coming out.
Don't you dare. I got you. Am I all right now?
Yeah, you're fine, thank you. And pull it through.
Oh, it nearly had us then, didn't it?
It did. I've got a few threaded up here.
Do you recommend to have lots of needles threaded before you start?
Well, I do it on air simply because it always happens, because I don't know, something about the warmth of the studio, the lights of the studio,
and probably your positioning as well.
Yeah, my
Linda.
positioning, of course, it's sort of not that natural for sewing, so it does. But I mean, at home I'm quite happy to thread another needle up, purely because I've got the time. But if you want to be prepared, obviously then thread up several needles, and then you won't have a problem at all. You can just swap needles, because you can finish it off the little thread at the back anyway. Now if I pop that down on here, see, this isn't that tight yet, but it will tighten up now, because I'm going to get that neck tightened up. So I've exited this piece of Soutache here at the base, okay? So I'm just going to pop the needle from the inside out, okay, and pull it through on that one other side of the Soutache cord, and then pinch it together. Sorry, this is slipping badly, because I think I haven't actually hit on that piece of Soutache there. I haven't hit the backing foundation, but we'll get it. We'll get it the next time round. We'll get it the next time round. Not to worry. So excuse me if my hand's in the way now. Now we're coming over to the other opposite side, okay, of this piece of Soutache on the other side, and bringing it through the ditch every single time, and pull it through. Okay. So now I'll get you on the way round. Pinch it together, and then you need to over sew this neck here a few times. So get that cotton in a little bit and thread through, parallel sewing, never over sew, because you'll see the stitches over the top of the Soutache. So parallel sewing the whole time. So it's back tracing from the exit, where you exited the thread, bring it back through again, and pull it tight. I apologise about that there, but I'm going to get that on the way around now. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, once we've decided that this is tight enough here, okay, we can add the other layers.
Before you do that, Linda, I'm just going to give everybody the Soutache. We've had quite a few people watching for the first time today.
Oh, okay.
Never seen Soutache before. Okay. So it might be an idea for you to grab our Soutache DVD on its own, normally £4.95, which is already an outstanding price tag. I'm going to give it to you on its own because you're going to be wanting to Soutache the minute you get this home. So I'm going to give you 2 beautiful coloured cords, definitely springtime, summertime colours. You've got the navy and you've got the yellow, and then I'm going to give you 2 lots of ultra suede. Now you will learn what ultra suede is for today, but it's basically for just backing your pieces to make them nice and comfortable. It's so soft, it's like stroking a baby rabbit. That's how soft it is. There's lots of little baby bunnies at the moment, isn't there?
Yes, I know. At the end of our lane this morning when I passed, there were about 20.
Oh, I love, they're so cute, aren't they? So you've got your Soutache DVD, which is stop-start for a whole hour, teaches you the Soutache basics. You're going to be able to achieve it. Now, let me just tell you, it is something that takes time. It is certainly not difficult. I promise you it's easy, but it will take time. It's easier, I feel, than knitting, and so many of us knit.
Yeah, it is easier than knitting. Definitely it's easier than knitting, because I can't knit. I can crochet, I can sew, but I can't knit.
Me either. I can't follow those patterns.
I can't follow
I always end up with one arm up by the shoulder and one down by your hip. I can't knit. Here is an example of Soutache. It really is easy. I promise you, with my hand on my heart, I can do it. Not brilliantly because I haven't done loads, but I can do it. I understand it, and that in itself means that you'll be able to do it, because you know how silly I am. Now, your introduction to Soutache DVD, if it's the first thing you've ever bought from us here at Jewellery Maker, then you're in luck as well, because you're going to get another free DVD, a tutorial DVD, teaching you all the basics of jewellery making. You're going to get a 30-back guarantee with everything that you buy from us here. And do you know what? We pride ourselves in that. There's not many companies that give you a no questions asked money back guarantee. You send it back because you don't want it, we will give you your money back. It's like Harry Potter. Look at this. We got a floating book and a floating Josie. Oh yes. Let's try and grab it.
That's new.
That is new. What are the possibilities are endless with the fun that we can have with that new button. This bundle we're going to give to you for a very special price. Can you make me float like that? It's going to go under £10. Under what? Really? You've got 2 lots of Soutache cord, 2 lots of ultra suede. How much would that cost you? That would be about the same price tag that
Definitely.
I reckon your ultra suede will cost you that in a crafty shop, 2 pieces.
Yeah,
of
do you know,
suede.
it's jolly useful as well, because you know these collar necklaces that are in at the minute as well. You can shape these,
Like
and it's
little pie
nicer than the
collars.
felt, because it's not quite so rough than the felt. So you can shape these into the collars and make a front collar piece. You know, by just literally sewing the gemstones on the ultra suede.
Perfect. £9.95. Loads of you on the phone lines, 0800 644 655. Thank you for your text messages. We know you're texting in. We are going to read some out momentarily. If you'd like to ask any questions, please come through quickly. Stitch the ditch. That's what we were doing there, stitching our ditches. Now, you might need some tools for the job, which I'm going to give to you in a moment. Have a look here. That's a beaded chain. It's Jenny Argyle, who is a competitive jewellery maker, don't you know? She competes. Not only is she a maths teacher, who I once Facebooked to ask me for help with my daughter's maths homework, because you know what, I'm jiggered if I could understand any of that. Can't even do my 8-year-old's homework. But she is a wonderful, wonderful Soutacher. There are lots of competitions you can get involved
There's
in.
Loads
Soutache,
and loads
isn't there?
of them, yes.
I do like
yes,
getting
there are.
competitive, do you? I
mean, there's one that's going on at the moment, which is a jigsaw, what we call a jigsaw piece, where people are making up. It's like a round robin. People are making up pieces. They're given the pieces of Soutache. They're making up the Soutache pieces, and then they're jigsawing it all together at the end.
Really?
and seeing what's happened. That competition runs every year. And last year's winner, last year's piece was it was all in jewel bright colours, and it was all using gemstones.
All different people doing it?
All different people doing it in like a round robin.
Or something
Well, it was all in jewel colours, bright reds, bright blues, bright purples, bright mustards, all of the brights, and it is the most stunning piece I've ever seen.
Wow, how can I find that?
You can just Google it.
Competitive Soutache. Oh, so exciting. And if you do think, you know what, do you know what, actually I think it's something to aim for. If you feel like you're jewellery making, maybe you're not selling it, but you want a goal, so get competitive. Get competitive, why not? Now, you'll need some tools. We were looking on Soutache sites, and a lot of people use round nose pliers and snipe nose pliers. Where would I use those in Soutache?
Well, you would use those in the Soutache obviously when you're adding the gemstone.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in this piece here, I've used chain, I've used wire to add that fan to that sort of waterfall of the pearls at the base there. So obviously jewellery making tools, general jewellery making tools of your snipe nose pliers, your round nose pliers will come into touch at that particular point because we need them for basic jewellery making. So if you are adding jewellery making beading to the piece, then you definitely will require them then.
You've got your needles, great not only for Soutache, but also if you are doing beaded embroidery, if you're doing the ladder stitch and things like that, if you are stitching teeny weeny gemstones.
Exactly.
Do you use needles in peyote or not?
Yes, yes. I mean, peyote stitch as well, you can use the needle to thread through the tinies. But the thing about these needles as well, these are specifically a beading needle, and they will bead pearls. So if, you know, pearls by the nature of being a pearl get very tiny
holes.
Yes. So consequently these needles will help you thread and knot as well if you want to use the pearl knotter with it, but they will help you initially thread on all the pearls onto the silk or whatever medium you're using, and then you can knot it knot by knot after they're threaded on. But because their pearls are literally put onto silks, or what I call floppy threads, then it's quite difficult to get it through without, well, very
like
difficult.
Being spun onto spiderweb.
Exactly, absolutely so. And it can take forever trying to get that silk thread through the pearl. So the needles are absolutely perfect for that. But you obviously need them for Soutache. It's imperative.
You need them if you're a beader. You need them if you're a Soutache. 4 beading needles, the 2 pliers, 1 price tag for you. WEGC49, 5-inch your round nose pliers. You know that they are an essential for doing your little eye loops, starting off a spiral, things like that. And your chain nose pliers, great for chainmail, opening and closing jump rings.
Definitely.
And a host of other. I mean, I could go on and on about how many reasons there are towards needing these tools. Your 4 needles, of course. Your web price tag. Oh, we're going straight down for you. 10. Oh no, we're not. We're not. She was, but then I went and opened my mouth and said it was a web price tag, which means we're gonna have to go down even lower.
Oh wow.
Me and my big mouth. Working for you, jewellery makers. WEGC49. We're going to go down to £8.95 for you. I don't think our buying team will be very happy about that, but they got to catch us first. 0800 644 655. There's a lot of cake in the building, so, and they're easily distracted. Right, so Linda, we are, here we go, here's everything that you get. We're going to keep that on screen for you. Linda's kit, still available if you want that, very, very busy. Over the half of the stock has gone of that, hasn't it? Of Linda's kit. 60%'s gone. Is that right? Is that what you just said to me? Correcto. Sorry, I could not hear my producer in my ear.
Could you not hear your producer in the ear?
I could not hear her in the ear. I don't know why. We're doing lots of different accents today. I don't know what that's all about. Let's carry on then.
I can't speak English, let alone anything else.
Sometimes I don't know what my real voice is anymore. Do you know that? We were saying this at home. I don't actually know what my voice is.
Well, when we get to Cornwall on holiday, we go most Septembers, and I revert straight, not revert because I don't come from Cornwall, but I automatically, the minute I cross that border from Devon into, I start talking Cornish.
All right, my love.
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Oh, I
Even when I go to the shops and they look at me and they think,
you went local,
you're
love.
not local.
You got to ask for cider. That's what you got to
Oh,
do.
where the soya apples growing.
Cornish cider. Right, what?
Right.
Anyway, we digress.
Yes, we do, as usual. Right, now here, if we just, we got to the neck of the blue, of the pale blue, okay? And then we're adding the next 2 levels. Well, all I've done is I've looked to see how much I've got on the blue on the one side, okay? And then I am adding with the same amount of tail now, because I'm adding, excuse me, at the neck instead of at the top. And I've just taken my needle that was exiting the 2 blue ones there, I've taken it through that chevron level and then through onto the plain navy blue level, okay? And then literally exactly the same as I put on the first layer, I'm doing 2 layers on top of that first layer. It's probably, you will, once you've done a few cabochons, be able to add, and once you've done round beads as well, you will be able to add 3 layers of soutache in one go. But if you're a little bit nervous of that, then it's best to get that 1 layer on, and then you can go straight to 2 on top of that one, because you've got your base, okay? So I'm just taking my needle, and because I've got a dark outer layer, okay, I needn't do my stitches overly small, okay, but I'm going to do them at probably about 6 mil. Go to the ditch, find the ditch of the next layer, and the ditch of the inner layer,
okay,
and bring it through.
Okay.
Okay, again, watching, let me just put the needle down, watching the fact that you've got a lot of soutache cord and you're working with your sewing threads as well, and you need to see that's caught now. But if I do it slowly, Jenny, could you hold on to that, just that little loop there?
This little linear?
Yeah, just while we poke that one through. You will see that if you do it quite quickly, you're going to sandwich the cords. Okay.
Ready to let go, yeah?
Yeah, there we go. And see, that's now slid onto the top of there. So again, we're going to jump a little bit bigger stitch from the back, okay? And we have to sandwich. Sorry if my head keeps coming in shot. We have to jump and go from the back through, hit the gemstone at the back, hit the cabochon, okay, so that we know we're through that backing fabric, and that when we're coming from the back we can see the 2 layers there, okay, we can actually see them. So we pick up the middle layer of that chevron one, and then the top layer, okay, and then again watching the thread, and we've done it exactly the same again, watching the thread. So this is a good way of showing you how vital it is to keep an eye on the soutache thread when you're pulling through, okay, and then back all the way around and pick up on the top. We're keeping these layers sort of parallel, okay, so we need to get the ditch of the top layer. If you see a previous stitch just sticking out a bit, your tension just needs to be tightened up a tiny smidge. And we're picking up the outside layer again. This one's decided it's going to bend in the heat. Okay, keep them on top.
Oh
gosh,
nearly had you that. Nearly had you.
And then
you can't knot it either because it won't go through the ditch, will it?
No,
I always think, oh, knot that on.
Yes,
doesn't work.
In some sewing techniques you can do just that.
Yeah.
You can knot that excess, but you can't with soutache.
No. With socks, yes, not with soutache.
So if we're going to carry on all the way around like that, okay, so if we get to the end again, if we imagine now, because we're running a little bit short on time, if we imagine that that's all the way around, okay, I'm now just going to finish that off there. Just obviously that is nowhere near finished, but I'm just going to finish off that cotton in there just so that we can move on to the sort of little bit of beading on the other side, and I'll just trim that off and ignore it for now, but I'll just show you on a little piece that I've made here. Don't worry about all the work that goes on the back of your beading foundation here, because that's what gets covered with the ultra suede. Okay, now if I get another needle, thread up some more in the break, if I get another needle now and bring it through here at the neck. If you've come all the way around with this, okay, to this neck here. Let me just show you on this one here, the one what we're going to sort of come to, the next bit that we're going to come to, which is this little bit here.
It's starting to get so exciting, isn't it?
So I haven't got time to go all around that cab, which I envisage because it's such a big cabochon. Okay, so I am actually going to find my scissors.
Oh, I stole them, I put them there.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to cut this soutache off here so that it doesn't get in our way.
Okay.
Just to show you technique, okay? So I'm going to over sew this here, bearing in mind that we've come round with 3 layers on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you imagine those other 2 layers now, we're joining them together.
Are we all the way up?
Yeah,
now
we're
on
all the way
side?
round,
Okay.
and we're joining them together at the neck here.
Oh, it's knotted.
No,
there.
I know what that is. That's
the
because,
knot.
yeah, that's the longer one has gone as the excess, and the shorter one has gone as the
Blooming
knotty
thing.
one. Okay. It's not playing at all today, is it? I think it's watching Michelle. It's put me off me. I want to go home and try writing with wire now.
Hey, we're all going to be doing that, and in one piece.
Yeah, exactly.
I would. Do you know what? Soutache and wire in one piece would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed that might happen. Yeah,
We should do a designer fusion show.
That's sort of in a sort of a pipeline at the minute. Right, so we've consolidated that. If you imagine the other pieces have come round, so we've consolidated that neckline. That neck piece there. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do is to pop in one of the little grey agates. Okay. So pop that onto your needle.
Is this called a beaded chain now when we're at this point, or is this not a beaded chain?
No, not yet. We're sort of still doing the curly Q bit.
Right. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Sorry, koala face still.
That's
Are we
right.
koala
Still on the
face?
koala face. Let me just trim that little bit off here so that they're both the same level.
If you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about, koala faces, what's she on about? I don't know. It's just a technique. No, actually, koala face technique is this here.
Right.
See how it's 2 eyes and a koala. You know what a koala looks like. These the little 2 eyes. Eye there, koala face.
There it is.
That's what we're talking about. I know it's gibberish, isn't it? It's like when we talk about gizmos and not gremlins. I do mean Gizmo. Gizmo was off the Gremlins, isn't he? The one that goes.
Oh yes. The penny's dropped now.
Yeah.
Right, so we've popped the little 4mm agate on, right, and we've got it into the little space here that's created by those 3 cords. Now imagine that there's 3 cords over here, but there isn't at the minute. But we move those out of the way, and we do a mirror image anyway. Okay. So what we do now is we hold on to those 3 cords here and keeping them on top of one another. We need to see where that bead wants to sit, okay, which is, you get an eye for it eventually. So we need to take the thread through at about that point there. Okay, let's take it through the ditches again, so that creates, that's now tugging in nicely and hugging in there. Now we're going to do an outside shaping stitch. Now with the chevron, just make sure that you're keeping that straight, if you see what I mean, because as it's a bit like a chevron tie, as it flips, it still has that same image.
Yeah.
So just make sure that you're not twisting it as you go. This is the whole thing about Soutache, is sort of keeping an eye on it the whole time. And then now we're working on small stitches now, and this is an outside stitch, so a little small stitch there, bringing it through all 3 ditches. Okay, gently bring it through. And just a little tiny bit of, just the tiniest bit of tension now, because we're stitching Soutache on top of itself. Again, now this is an inside shaping stitch. Bring it through from the inside out. Notice I'm never going over the top, I'm always returning through the direction that the thread's exiting, okay? And then keeping an eye again on the levels of Soutache, is taking the thread back through. And keep an eye now where we're going to, we're not going to take this as normally we take it in behind and do a real curly Q by pushing that in, curling it round and attaching it to the back. But we're not on this one. We're we're forming a slightly different pattern. So about there, so you've got sort of a little eye, a look of an sort of an eye there with the little bead there and a gap. That's the point that we need to turn.
There we are.
Around there. Can you see that now?
Yeah.
There. And
Perfect.
we need
Thank you.
to get that round, and then we need to sew the Soutache to the Soutache that's around the cabochon.
Okay.
Okay. So we need the thread to exit on the outside. So take it through with a tiny stitch. Okay. Bring it round to the side of the Soutache that's enveloping the cabochon. Then a tiny stitch from the outside. Now we're going through all 6 layers. Okay, so we need to make sure we've picked up that first blue layer that we put on first. Bring it through, okay, And then now this is when you start to get the bend on your needle, is to get that first layer. As long as your soutache is nice and parallel, okay, you'll come through all of the ditches. Let's just get that through, and then just pull. You see that's pulling in, now that's pulled in. Okay, that's pulled in on the side. So make sure that that is nice and firm. So it probably will take about 3 or 4 confirmation stitches over the same path that you've already done. Don't move up the soutache, just confirm it. It's a bit like on that little, on the neck when you come round a cabochon, because now we need to curl it round, okay? So at this point now, I think it's a pearl.
Are we here or
yeah,
here?
No, we're here.
Here, yeah, I thought
we're here. So
we're here.
We pop on a pearl.
It's like map reading when I'm trying to see where you are on here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you you start to once you know the technique of soutache, you'll start to look at pieces of soutache work, and automatically I sort of tell the ladies on my workshop that you'll see where it started.
You'll see what route
might have
taken.
Yeah, exactly. You'll have a rather large piece of soutache, but you'll see the route it's taken.
Yeah.
So now when we've got those, the soutache is now stitched to the outside soutache around the cab, we're popping on a pearl, okay, and this is where we are doing what we call the sort of koala face look, by exactly the same again, seeing where that pearl would like to fall on the soutache that you're actually working on, these layers that you're working on now, and do exactly the same as we've just done, going through with small stitches on all 3 layers, okay, and pull it through, making sure we're not catching anything, because we've got quite a lot going on this one because it's not completely finished. Again, taking an inside stitch, making sure that you've picked up all 3 layers through the ditches, and this one will take a little bit longer to go around, a few more stitches, because we are going to take it around the back. So picking up, Jenny, can you pull that chevron one out? Just push the chevron towards the camera.
Come on, don't you be going in there. That's not where you're going.
Thank you.
There we are.
Please don't worry about this at home, because you'll have it in, as I say, in a much more comfortable place. It's just it's a natural thing at home, but it's quite unnatural.
It is so much. Do you know when this is good? When you've got a big board and you're sat in bed with your knees up with the telly on. It's better than a book sometimes.
I mean, I worked on that piece for about 4 or 5 days at home, picking it up and putting it back down again. So we're working around inside shaping stitches, outside shaping stitches, keeping your rows of soutache on top of one another, and then when we get to the outside, okay, so we've come in from the inner layer of the pale blue to the outside. We need to see when this one now is going to curl around this pearl. Okay, so yes, it's about ready, so we can, sorry, this is a bit skew whiff there, but if you just keep measuring it, okay, to see where your last stitch is, and as I say, really do take your time at home, because I do have to rush it a little bit on air, and I really hope you're getting the general sort of stitch work pattern. Now this is the one that we're curling back behind, so we're coming from the outside, so we can then take the needle, holding onto that grey agate there, we'll take the needle from the back through the excess of the soutache that we're using on the pearl, and just bring it through to the front. Now either head for a ditch or head for a space between the soutache. Just consolidate that wrap, okay, just consolidate it, and then tag it in a little bit more, okay, and then go further down, and then you can come in outside the side of the cabochon there, and that's just lowering the stitches from the back, pulling it through, but always retrace the step from the exit of where you've just come back. So if I've come out at the side of the cabochon, make sure that you take your next stitch in at the side of the cabochon, okay? So we're getting this koala face look now, okay?
Perfect. And that's the piece at the bottom?
Yeah, that's just the piece at the bottom there, and then we can then start to work in the next piece. Now I would obviously spend much more time on that. I would get that little see that little ruffle there in the soutache. I would get that straightened out. But what I tend to do now when I'm using 2 beads here, okay, so this one really isn't, this pearl here really isn't quite as firm as I would like it. I can see where the thread has gone through the pearl, so I'm going to take my needle back into the soutache and come out at the side of the pearl, and then find the hole in the pearl that we threaded on in the first place. There's the hole in the pearl. This is to consolidate the pearl, and then take it back through those layers of soutache at the front and catch the beading thread, sorry, the beading foundation at the back, and that'll just tighten up. See that going across the back of the pearl? That gives it a little bit of a backdrop, and it tends to tighten up the pearl. Okay, so we will then come to the next part of the show. We can come into stitching the beads. We'll start to stitch the beads at the sides. It'll be the first time that we stitched a bead onto soutache cord, coming in through the soutache cord around the cabochon, okay, and adding at the same time the other layer of soutache. See on the outside there?
And then on the outside here, the extra layer of soutache.
The extra layer coming up to the top part then, which I'll blue Peter, and we can move on to the other parts. But because this is a large cabochon, it will take you a little while to get around it. Don't rush it, take your time. If you're not happy with it, and just a point with soutache is, if at some point when you are doing your soutache work and you're not really happy with it, I know I say use plenty of soutache, and I do really mean use plenty of soutache braid. If you do have to unravel your soutache at any point, it is usable again, as long as you haven't used a lot of tension, and as long as when you're unraveling it you really take your time and you unravel it stitch by stitch. Don't pull, don't think you've released a stitch, so therefore it will pull through like it would do on a running stitch on a hem or something, because you'll just tend to catch the very delicate threads of the soutache. So do it stitch by stitch, but you'll find that that soutache braid is workable again then.
Perfect, thank you. Of course you can watch this show again on YouTube. Now I'm going to give you some cabochons. Lots of you are asking for some more cabochons, so here they are. Rainbow Moonstone. These are beautiful. They're beautiful. You wanted these in the show, didn't you?
I did want those in the show. Look at the shiller on them. It's just glorious, and there's so many of them.
You can see why this gemstone was featured on the Lord of the Rings. The elvish pendant is in fact a piece of moonstone. It's super ethereal. It's got that magic, that mystical, you know, that complete fantasy about it, hasn't it? It's a fantasy gemstone. It's a genuine gemstone. Have a look at the sizes. Now, you will always get the same carat weight. You may get a variation on sizes. You could do a really mini piece. Oh, that would be a lovely matching ring. Soutache rings. We haven't seen that, have we?
No, but you can do soutache rings.
Yes,
definitely.
We need to see it.
Yeah, I mean these would make, if you made a stunning piece with the bigger ones, those two little ones there would make a fantastic earrings.
They would,
wouldn't they? You know, they're not over
earrings.
the top, but they would make fantastic earrings with just 2 layers of soutache around. Be lovely.
You need them. You absolutely need them in your jewellery making life. If you're not soutaching, you can definitely wire wrap these. You can absolutely do a Laura binding with these, or Rachel Norris with these. You could do a Caracol with these. SERU12 prong set them. Were we inspired by Michelle at making rings or what? Now you need these in your life if you want to make rings. If you want, well, anything. You know, you just need them. You got to have them.
Definitely.
You've
definitely got to have them. There's so much. Well, there's every conceivable jewellery technique that we do.
Yeah.
You can use those cabochons with.
So you better be quick, because look at everybody on the phone lines, Linda. They're going bananas. You are lighting up the phone lines right now. There, please expect queues. They're only $14.95 for all of it. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cabochons for that price tag. You'll probably have about that, but it'll always equate to 190 carats in total. Now you've got to be quick. These are genuine moonstone, the birth gemstone of June, as well as Alexandrite and pearls. $14.95. right in the centre of a crown-style tiara for a bride. We're going to be talking about it as we go to the break. I know we are. These will be great for brooches. These are going to be great for earrings. These are going to be great for prong setting into a ring. These are going to be great for putting as a centre focal point with a chainmail bracelet.
And the thing about the rainbow moonstone is it's going to go with any gemstone, isn't it? Whatever gemstones you've got in your stash, those are going to work.
These are going to work, and we're going to continue chatting on exactly why we need them in our lives. We will be right back with more Soutache after this. I want to put them in bridal pieces with some pearls around them.
Yes, definitely.
Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in Soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, Soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from Jewellery Maker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift. We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at Jewellery Maker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
I've still got so many of you flooding in. How many have we got left there? I mean, Helen's bought 2, Hazel's bought 2. How many people? Vivian, Sandra, Claire. Vivian's bought 3. No, 2. Vivian. Oh no, there's 3 Vivians. That's what's happened. Confused myself. No, there's not. Vivian has bought 2. There are 3 Vivians. One who's bought 2. One who's bought. It's going crazy. I've gone crazy with Vivian. Let's have a look at what you're buying. What Vivian's buying more of. Have a look. I'm seeing so many of your names. Aren't they beautiful? Cheryl, you've got yours. Hazel has hers. Hazel in Carmarthenshire. Hazel also in Greater London. Gillian of the Isle of Wight. Pat in Essex. Carol and Belinda and Dorothy and Janet and Elizabeth and Sandra. And guess what? Another Vivian. I've got Daryl in Dyfed. I've got Susan in Sussex. Lisa in Berkshire. Diane in Carmarthenshire. I've got Lynette. I've got another Cheryl. I've got Claire.
Now you need to be very quick because we have now limited amounts to give to you at £14.95. You've got to be really quick for these. I don't want anyone missing out because I know you're going to be super inspired. You know, the more we have Michelle on, the more you're going to want cabochons. The more we see Laura binding, the more you're going to want to have cabochons. The more Soutache we have, the more you're going to need cabochons to create those pieces. Now the quality is outstanding. As you know, we don't have many opportunities to give to you cabochons because they do come in just like seedy beads and out they go again. And talking about seedy beads, please think about making a halo. Framing these with seedy beads is a wonderful idea. You can also frame with chainmail. Do you remember that big druzy we saw from Michelle? You could do a chainmail tension set with these. That would be striking, wouldn't it? You could who was it? It was Hannah Osborne who did like a lovely macrame stitch around a cabochon, and really in case it looked absolutely beautiful. The thing is, you don't want to cover it up with too much wire, so I would prong set these into rings. I would put them into Soutache. I'd make a surround or a halo or almost a bezel setting for these, but I certainly don't think I'd be covering too many of these up, do you? There's still a few available, so if you want them, come through. It's the quality we're loving. Now I'm going to give to you some treats. I'm going to give to you now. Here it is. I'm going to give you another essential bundle, but I'll show you why I need these. Look at this. The Black Heart. Sounds a bit like something from the Pirates of the Caribbean, doesn't it? That's the Black Pearl though, isn't it? I love these. I love them. Have a look. Right, you know the star hematites we have that come in and go out? Look, it's the same kind of luster, the same kind of definition that you get. Look at the edges, because they're the one, that's what you want to see. Something with a lovely edge so that you can really get your wire around these. They've got that almost squared faceting edge so that you can butt your wire up against it or your beading materials, and you know what, they're going to look fabulous. Again, if you're looming or weaving, these are just excellent. Look at the way the light just dances around. Now take the face of my bracelet for instance and just put hearts around there. It's do you know, it will just change the look entirely. Now these are wonderful if you're making charms, because all you need to do is put a flat head pin through them. I always go for flat because I don't want to take away the or the, you know, the new tiny ones that we've got. I don't want to take away the shape of the heart, and then just loop it off and put it on a bubble bracelet. Loads and loads and loads and loads of them. I love them. Now let's have a look. They're 6 mil, 50 carats. Have a look at that sparkle. Now we love agate, don't we, because it's the banding, it's the colour, it comes in such wonderful variants. Have a look at these two together. It's reminding me of my fuchsia bush, these two colours together. And we're all looking at the flowers coming out in the springtime, aren't we? I love it. I love going out there and seeing the snowdrops are out, the daffodils are out, the fuchsia bush is in full bloom, and it's lovely. It just reminds you that summer is here actually now, isn't it? The ducklings are about to roll off my roof any minute now. They are. OJG C45, definitely colours of nature inspired. 0800 644 655. I'm going to give you a wonderful price tag. All three. I love that heartband. I need it. There are so many things though. Little earrings, little dangles, putting these on the edge of, just scalloping them around the edge. £14.95. The thing about them is, because you get the light sort of dancing on the faces of those hearts, if you allow them to dangle, say you've made a big wirework embellishment bib style necklace and you put lots of these tearing down, it's the way that they move that makes the jewellery look so spectacular, isn't it? And because they're black, they'll go with anything really, won't they? Now remember, those are 6 mil. Your agate is 12 mil on the large in the green, and 10 in that beautiful fuchsia pink. Colours of nature. OJG C45. 3 strands for one fantastic price tag. If you've just tuned in and thinking, what's Jenny wearing around her wrist? Then check out the show on YouTube, because we did have Michelle, who I was calling Debbie Belford this morning. What's wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. What would you do with these, Linda? Because we haven't seen these lovely black hearts in ages, have we?
We certainly haven't, no. I mean, they're going to make the most delicate little flowers, aren't they?
Yes, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
Yes. Oh.
yeah, but I mean, fabulous waterfall drops for earrings. Oh gosh, there's an absolute wealth of things. You can rosary link them with wire.
Rosary, oh, you know I love a rosary.
Yeah, absolutely, and do layer after layer after layer. Just say do 6 drops of them. You know, if you say buy 2 or 3 of those bundles and do 6
Put one
drops.
of the rounds on either side of the neckline, on the décolletage, and then tearing
exactly. There's nothing that looks so beautiful in a tiered necklace. Is small gemstone and lots of tears.
It's so intricate. I mean, it looks very delicate. It's very thought out.
Absolutely fantastic.
Really professional. £14.95. They're also great for tiaras and fascinators. It's prom season. Woohoo! It's in July, so you're making your prom jewellery now, aren't you? I can't wait till my daughter's prom. It's going to be like my prom, only with her in the dress. I never had a prom, so I'm going to live my dream through her. Now, that's generally what mothers do, isn't it? We live our dreams through our children. Now, I'm going to give you this. Have a look. Have a look. I'm going to show you the tourmaline first, actually. Rough cut tourmaline. Have a look. Have a look at this. These colours are super juicy. They're gorgeous, but you've got to get this home. Look at that rubellite colour in the centre. Can you see that? How red is that? It's so pretty. Now, the thing about this gemstone, actually, red tourmaline is known as rubellite, and there's the most amazing Cartier rubellite ring that Ruth Lynette showed me. You know her. She's one of our presenters here. Oh my gosh, it's thousands upon thousands of pounds. Tourmaline is one of October's birth gemstones as well. It's very important to gemologists, it's very important to jewellers because of its range of colours, because it's so beautiful, and it buffs and polishes up stunningly prettily. Now, you know what, the rough gemstones, I think these are one of the big reasons we start jewellery making, aren't they? Because a rough cut gemstone isn't necessarily something you can see on the high street. You won't necessarily see organic looking jewellery unless there's a specialised jewellers. And so I think when we see gemstones like this, we buy them because we're at one with earth. We want to make really earthy pieces. We want to make something that perhaps matches our personalities. We want to make something that perhaps somebody's never seen before. It's gemstones like this that are going to complete the job. And if you put these in wire, if you make a cluster out of these, it's just going to look so different to anything else. And that's why we jewellery make, isn't it? Then look at these little beauties. Now, firstly, they're rough cut. Secondly, they're mystic coated. I've never seen a mystic coated rough cut gemstone. Certainly not in this size. Look at the size of these. They're so eye-catching. I almost want to make a dream catcher out of these. I want to see the light travelling around them. If you like to make your wind charms and things like that, this is perfect. I love the way that they're drilled straight through the centre. That makes design ideas even more possible. Maybe you want to put a nice heart-shaped head pin or a star head pin through the centre, hook it onto a ring. Maybe you want to put your wire through there, place it upwards. Because they're drilled in this way, you're going to enjoy all the edges because they're mystic coated. Your attention is drawn to them. They're just such a wonderful champagne colour, aren't they? Almost cognac-y tones, actually, aren't they? It just depends. See, a little bit peachy as well. You know, the thing is, because they're mystic coated, you see so many different shades. I think they're very mother of the bride. There's a definite elegance about these. They're extremely quirky. I'd like to see a great big fascinator with these in the centre. I think these are really, look at me, but they're very graceful, they're very delicate, but also they're very loud at the same time. So they're going to make, you know, they're going to make a statement. They're going to make an elegance statement. I would definitely put them with the pearls that we've got coming up later on. It sings and dances, that, doesn't it? I would absolutely put it with the sunstone. Now, I'm going to give you, now you might want to put these two together. I'm going to give you now some trillionths of shell, white shell.
Now for me, I would put this with turquoise because that is the summer right there. That natural turquoise is coming up for you a little bit later. Whether you use these together or separately is totally down to you. Whether you want to add those. Now the great thing about these trilliants is if you're making a taper piece, these are great right at the ends or right at the beginning of the taper piece. They almost act as arrows, making your eye look towards a point. So if you have got that wire work piece where you think, right, I want everything flowing one way, use the arrows to create direction. XEGC41, the Rustic Beauty Trio. Now, how much would you pay for this one strand of champagne colour-coated quartz? They're 8x5 to 14x6. They're great for cufflinks as well, by the way. What do you think that would be on its own? $12.95, maybe? Have a look at the tourmaline. When you look at the world's prices of tourmaline, I think you're going to be shocked because we're not giving you the web price of $18.95. These are genuine gemstone strands. If you saw any of these anywhere else, other shopping channels anywhere, would they be $13.95 each? I think they'd be more than that. You've got all three. Linda, I know that the champagne, for me, when I look at, if I'm going to ask you which one your favourite is out of all three, I think you'd say the champagne, but you might shock me.
I love the tourmaline. I really love the tourmaline. I mean, I really do like rough cut gemstones.
Why?
I don't know, I think it's just the organic nature of them. It's the untouched look. It's the way that they've possibly sort of been discovered in some respect, but I just like the drama of them more than anything. Don't get me wrong, I like every type of gemstone, treated in every way and cut in every way that there is, but there's something about a rough cut gemstone that really appeals to me, and the tourmaline, I just think you can see those base colours in the rough cuts. You know, when you start to polish them and this, that and the other, then you're enhancing them, but you're seeing their natural beauty. That's what fascinates me. I like to make dramatic pieces of jewellery as and when I can, and rough cut gemstone always gives me the ability to make dramatic gemstone. I just think they have that. I wish I could find the word to describe it. I'm really passionate about rough cuts, really passionate.
Allows you to create organically, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it gives you that sort of rustic feeling too.
Yeah,
you can tell they're real gemstones, can't you?
Yes, because there isn't anything manufactured that can touch it. Absolutely nothing.
You couldn't try and recreate that, could you?
No, and you know, there's a sort of beautiful gemstone, sapphires and that, and there's I was reading about yellow sapphire the other day and about how really clever people are faking using glass and things like that, but that's the really finished, beautiful, shiny product. But you can't do that with the rough cuts, not in my book.
You can't replicate them, can you?
No, I don't think you can replicate them.
£13.95. I've got another treat to give to you now. Thank you to Linda. Now, don't forget, if you've got any questions for Linda whatsoever, then please send them through now. We will be joining Linda again in a sec. It's called hazelnuts, and that's made me hungry for hazelnut coated. You know, the chocolate with hazelnuts, that's the one that gets me every time. I do love a hazelnut. Now, have a look. A potato pearl is a strand of potato pearls. Potatoes, all random shapes and sizes, aren't they? You're never going to open a bag of potatoes and see exactly the same size. So that's why where potato pearls get their name. Now, I want to show you a strand that somebody has called potato pearls. I want to ask you, because normally when they're not potato pearls, they are that little bit more expensive for obvious reasons. I want to show you a strand. I want to ask you whether you think these are all lots of different jumbly shapes and jumbly sizes. I think they're pretty spot on. I tell you one thing I can see, that one really big one in the centre. These are a divine colour, aren't they? They're cranberry. I absolutely adore this colour. Now, how Mother of the Bride are these two together? They're coming up a little bit later, those champagne pearls. Just stunning. Now I'm also going to give to you the marquise of the amethyst. Now these marquise are top drilled, so they're going to make the perfect petals. Take 5 or 7. Always, well, I find that odd numbers work best, as in nature they do too. Take 5 or 7. Just take your beading thread or your monofilament through there, round it up, tie it into a knot, and you've got a flower straight away. Pearl in the middle, beautiful, absolutely stunning. Might be that you want to do a hair vine with these. Wouldn't that look gorgeous? And then I'm going to give to you 100 meters of 0.4 antique bronze wire, the vintage bride. This just goes hand in hand, doesn't it? Perfect colors, antique bronze wire. 0.4 is great for your tiara twist. It will go through your pearls, so you can make your own rosary link necklace with them perhaps, or bracelet. 0.4 is great if you're doing wire wrapping. You can really wrap around, as you saw Michelle do earlier, for wrapping. You can do that. 0.4 is so malleable. It's such an easy wire to start with. You can wire twister it too. Look at the gloss. These colours are a heavenly marriage. XQGC95, the hazelnut one. Potato pearls, are they? And marquise amethyst. 12 by 6. Should be 46.35. When you consider you've got, hang on a minute, do you know what? If you were to buy a pearl necklace at 46.35 with pearls like this, you'd go away happy. That's just the pearls on their own. You've got amethyst. Both of these are birth gemstones as well, of course. June's birthstone in the pearl, and you've got February's in the amethyst. You have got the antique bronze as well in the wire. 100 meters goes on and on and on and on. Not 46.35. A bit of a nail-biting price drop for us. £24.95 is an absolutely sensational deal for you. A huge saving. 0800 644 655 if you're dialing is a free phone number if you're dialing from a UK landline. You can shop with us online too. It's all the w's.jewellerymaker.com. Make sure you're checking out baskets if you are shopping with us online. 0.4 wire, super duper versatile. It's making me want that hazelnut chocolate. The one wrapped in the purple. Oh, I love them. Who would like to go and get us one of those? Off you go, Amelia. Oh, Scott would. Amelia says Scott will get it. £24.95. Linda, these are just beautiful, aren't they?
They are absolutely glorious. And I think you're right with the mother of the bride scenario.
It's that colour, isn't it?
It is. And I mean, it's a very... it's a colour that's really popular, isn't it, with teaming of the sort of the main bridal party, and they go so well together. But you know, those pearls just on their own, pearl knotted, would just be stunning. Such a great piece for attaching memories to, like a heritage piece or a piece that you're going to pass on later. But as jewellery makers, don't forget, I don't think we mention it often enough, but because you know how to make jewellery, and you buy a significant strand, then, you know, use it, enjoy it, and then perhaps, you know, a year later you might want to remodel it, and you can.
That's the thing with genuine gemstones, isn't it? You can remake them. We'll be back after the break with more Soutache. We're going to finish off that piece, so if you're ready to do just that, it's time to down tools and check out Linda.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead?
Welcome back. It's Soutache Corner again. Now, if you love Linda's piece, I knew I'd do it once. What is wrong with me today? If you love this gorgeous piece, you'd like to make it in a couple of different colours, I'm going to give you the opportunity to do that right now. Now, the green with envy had to be done. It had to be done, Linda. The giantest, and that is a new word, the giantest cabochons I've seen here at Jewellery Maker, the giantest ones you've seen.
They are, honestly, they really and truly are. They're the biggest I've seen, I honestly think ever, but then I might have missed them.
Well, you still didn't see them if you missed them.
Exactly.
They're definitely the largest I think I've seen too. And the thing is, large cabochons like this are an absolute rarity. Now, Linda's collection in blue, very, very popular. I'm going to give you the same now in a different colour where you're going to get the green. Have a look at the size of this cab. Whoa. And then you get a smaller and a smaller still. So you've got the carat weight there. You get in total, how many carats is it? 185 is it, I think, in total. That's a very regal green, a very velvety green, isn't it?
Absolutely glorious. And as you say, there's the clarity there as well, isn't there? So
yeah, you don't expect it, do you?
No, so if you are using it with the wire wrapping, then you've got your clarity. Obviously with your Soutache, you're using your backing fabric.
But it just deepens it.
But it just deepens. That's exactly what I was about to say, yes.
So, took the words right out of your
yeah,
mouth,
you did.
didn't I?
Yeah,
Tell you what.
Yeah, probably
I do that at home and it annoys everybody, so I'm so sorry. Now you're getting, look at the huge foundation board you're getting. Big foundation. 8.5 by 4.25. No, it's not. That's 8.5 by 4.25. What are you on about there, producer? That's what, 8.5 by 11? 8x11. Have a look at that. Then you've got your ultra suede as well. That's 8.5 by 4.25. It's beautiful fern colour, isn't it? So soft as well. It reminds me of the little toys you give to babies so that they can feel them.
Oh, absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. Yes, you have to keep on washing them because they're
cute, aren't they? And then you've got some, I love these colours. Is this the corn, what do we call it? Corn meadow or something? This is cream linen, isn't it? And then you've got the, I can't remember what that is.
It's got a really pretty name.
Yeah, and I can't remember what it is.
No, I can't. It's really pretty.
Is it wheat? It's wheat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
what I was thinking of then.
Then you've got that velvety green. Actually, I thought it looked black then, and I was like, actually that looks black, but it's not.
It's a forest
really,
green,
it's like, deep green. Then you've got, right, now I'm going to show you this strand. I absolutely love this.
I do, and I thought it was perfect for those colours.
Just love it.
Absolutely spot on for those colours.
We have no other strands like this. Every time I see it, I go, yes, it's you. I love this.
It's gorgeous.
You know, do you know, this will go in my dress, won't it? I just love it. It reminds me, do you know what? It reminds me of a million things. Like, can you see all of that colour? You need to look at these, because I think you could miss them if you didn't realise how wonderful they were, because you've got to just stop and look at the patterns, look at the colours, think of the things you can make, think of the things this will go with. Don't you think it's wonderful? It's almost like a spray paint effect, isn't it?
It is, yes, I know what you mean. It's a really good gemstone to use when you're doing Soutache because of the interest in them. There's not that many round gemstones that have the ability to be able to be slotted into something where you've got plain fabrics going around it, and that will maintain the interest, won't it?
Absolutely.
Like a cabochon does, then for a round sort of 8mm gemstone, that'll jump out.
It's got so much detail, every single one, so much detail. Now, have a look. So you've got the Soutache cord. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, no, I'm not, it's gone. No. Sorry, there's something in this room that makes me sneeze. I never stop. There's a high pollen count today. Have a look. You've got that amazingly intricate 185 carats. And then you've got the cabochons. I've got 4 here. You should get there or thereabouts. I thought I had 3, but I've got 4. 225 carats in total on your cabochons. You've got the fern.
And you've got the huge foundation board. All of this for one price tag. Oh no, hang on, you've got another 2 strands. What am I on about? Didn't think they came with that price. Are you mad? Yes. Look, you get the green quartz and the black. Now, can I tell you, that obsidian, can you see the gold winking through? Beautiful. Look at those colours. They're glorious, aren't they? Look at the lustre. 3 gemstones, 4 cabochons, including that ridiculously giant one. The giantest we've seen.
The giantest, that's a good word.
The giantest we've ever seen. And you get 3 lots of your Soutache cord as well. All of this for one price tag. CLG C83 is your item code. Inspiration by Linda. All of this for just £32.95. Look at the size. Let me show you that huge cabochon again. Do you know, these gemstones are perfect for just in case in the cabochon if you're not ready to do Soutache yet.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, you can just pop the cab onto the beading foundation and then just stitch around.
And you're ready to go, aren't you? Away you go.
Yeah.
Now, Linda, we're going to carry on with your with the design. At what point did we get to?
Right. Okay. Well, we
now?
got to the point where we'd done. Let's see on the model. We'd got to the point where we had come round and we'd done these matching sides.
But we're yet.
Okay, so we've got to put the beads in. Now I have literally, because the last part of the show went so quickly, I've decided I need to get a move on. So I've prepped this little bit, so I'm going to talk through it, but I'm also going to show you when we're coming to the top here, but it's exactly the same as the beginning down here, but it's just to move on a little bit so that we get it covered. So we've now got the piece, this big cabochon that's now being covered, okay, and we've got the little twirly bits on it either side done. Okay, now that side's completed, okay, with the little 4mm beads. So this side is the part that we've just started. Now to do that, at this point here where you've got this pearl, this first curlicue here with the pearl sandwiched in it, you need to cut 3 lengths of Soutache. Again, you can measure it now quite easily from point to point, okay, and add, if you measure that, say that was 3 inches, just saying it was 3 inches. When we're going to do little curlicues and that, or little additions to it, just take 1/3 of that measurement, which would be another inch, and add it to the final cut.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the general rule, is when you're looking at something, you measure the diameter, you measure the circumference, whatever it is that you're doing, and then add 1/3 again, and that should cover you. Okay? So we've taken 3 lengths of the Soutache braid again. This is a blue one. This time we're sort of alternating the colours a little bit. We've taken the little baby blue, then the chevron, and then the baby blue again. Okay, so the navy one isn't really featuring on this particular point. And then all we do is we take one of the little 4mm beads. We're starting at this point here, and we just sew that on from the back. So your needle's threaded again and knotted, and you're bringing in the needle from the back on, attaching it to the beading foundation at the back, coming out at the side on the top layer of Soutache and threading on a bead. Okay, then that thread then passes through, don't worry about this part here, that goes in when you finish the whole side. That bead then goes through those layers. Okay, then we take a small stitch where we've exited and come through the layers again, thread on a bead, and come back through the layers of the Soutache around the cabochon, and then come back through the side of the cabochon, pop a bead through the 3 layers, and all the way around. That's a repetitive. Okay, till we come to this point here where I can now show you exactly what I've just sort of told you what to do. So we're coming from the backing foundation. Don't have the beads too tightly together, so err on the side of a slightly bigger gap that you think you're going to need. Okay, so it's about, I don't know whether you can see on the camera there. It's quite difficult to pick up, isn't it? Can you see where the needle is there?
Yeah.
I've got that gap, because don't forget we're going through the centre of the bead, which is round, so it has obviously the round sides, and that's got to sit next to the preceding bead, so we need to have a little gap to allow that to happen.
Okay.
So let the needle come through, pop on. This is going to be the last one in the section, obviously, but it's exactly the same from beginning to end. Bring the needle through, okay, holding it with the non-working hand, okay, and then keeping your layers of soutache together with the non-working hand. I shouldn't say that really, because it is doing a lot of work. And then pop through the ditches of all 3 layers, okay, and bring through. And that then sandwiches that bead next to the other one.
Almost like a ladder
now,
effect.
the beads here, once you get the whole thing finished and you get your backing foundation on, your ultra suede on, it gives it a platform to sit on. So don't be over perturbed if your beads are slightly wobbly, because at this point in time they haven't really got, it's got soft soutache, hasn't got that much of a platform, but once you've got your ultra suede onto the back, it all jumps into place. Okay, so that's the last bead. Obviously you're doing a mirror image to the other side. So now we come back through the layers of soutache, okay, and now we've got another curlicue to do, which you can probably see on this side. So we finished with the beading, as it were, going through, and we take that needle then through the beading foundation at the back and pull it through. So we're pulling the soutache now. Got one of those fantastic, do you know, I've just prepped this and I didn't get one little knot, and then magically once the camera goes on it, you get your little knots. So you're pulling that down now. Can you see how that's being pulled down there? So again, it's retracing that step.
Those chevrons make the piece look so neat, don't they?
Yeah, well, it's a bit like, you know, the work, the sort of wire work that Michelle did.
Yeah.
Where you've got that sort of basket weave holding the 3 wires that she had together. It gives you that sort of an effect.
I think you're right.
Because it's a chevron and because it sort of starts where it's finished, as it were, it gives that same sort of look, but obviously in textiles. So we're pulling that down again, and then we're going to consolidate that again and bring it through to the beading foundation at the back, just nicking that beading foundation at the back, okay, and bringing it through, and then we can bring that round to the front, and then we pop on a pearl.
This is, now, for anybody who's at home now thinking, oh, you know, it's just basic sewing. It's you know, the sewing that you do at school where you go in, out, you know, so it's the easiest stitch ever.
There's no fancy stitching at all, as there is in embroidery, all those little sort of embroidery stitches that you have to do. There's none of that. I mean, just the skill really is in the holding of the soutache and getting that soutache sort of parallel.
Positioning and patience.
And having patience, that was the next thing I was going to say, yeah.
There's not, I mean, it's not, you don't have to follow a particular pattern.
No.
Obviously, if you want to
you don't.
copy the exact same thing. This is where I struggle in knitting, and I drop stitches and all of that kind of thing. This is easier for me. I'm a simple girl. This is easier than knitting by far.
She's not really a simple girl in any way, shape or form, are you? Excuse me, I'm just threading up one more time because my needle had somehow magically become unthreaded.
And don't worry about things like this. I mean, you will lose your thread, but it doesn't matter. You just pick up.
Oh yes,
I mean, it doesn't matter
it always happens at the time when you don't want it to, but at home it doesn't happen. So we're out through the soutache now, and we've come out through the ditch, okay, on that top layer, and obviously passing it through all of the others as well. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it. It's done it again. The wrong one came through, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it's just if I nick that there.
Always good to have some crafty scissors to hand as well.
These are brilliant. These are. Let's see if we can get them. Right, so take no notice of that little, I trimmed that off last. Don't worry about any little bits of cotton that you're through the work at all, because you can come back afterwards and get in. As long as you've got a sharp pair of pointy scissors, then you can get in and trim all that up afterwards. So we're going to bring the pearl down. This is all a repetition on a theme with Soutache as well. It's very much the gemstone or the beads that you're working with that form the pattern. So we've come through the that little point of which we've adhered it to the other side by the cab. So we're going to bring that through, okay, and then we're going to do the outside shaping stitch again like I just did previously, on the outside, on the inside, bringing it through all of the layers of Soutache. Let's get them layered up. You can see it's time consuming, can't you? But it's so worth it. Absolutely. I'm the first person to tell you that this is not a quick fix. But the ladies that come on the workshops, they come in not knowing how to do Soutache, and we get through wrapping the round beads, wrapping probably a teardrop bead, and we do cabochons and everything, and at the end of the day they've actually made a piece of wearable jewellery. And they all agree that once they've learnt that very first wrapping of the round bead, wrapping of the cabochon, then you're away then, and it's very, very, very much, like Michelle said earlier, it's very much down to you what you do with the technique. Okay, so take no notice of all of those bits of cotton, which I'll thread off later. So we're turning it, I'll trim those off later. We're turning it around, and we're going to come in again through the Soutache into either a gap in the Soutache or a, oh goodness me, come back. I'm not having a good day today, am I?
Now while you're doing that, I'm going to give everybody the Soutache cord that you need. I've got some different colours for you as well. I've got the two greens, I've got the blues for you, I've got the blue chevrons for you, and I've got the navies. You have got 5 colours. I'm going to bring you the bright pinks and the more chevron colours in a little bit. I've got the greens and blues for you right now. Here they are in their entirety. NCG C70 blues and greens, 5-pack cord of Soutache. How many pieces do you think, Linda, I'll get out of all of this? Because you always say don't be stingy with it.
No, I must say, keep saying that. Don't be stingy with it. Use more than you think that you're going to use, and that was the equation really, is measure it and then add a third to it. Out of that, it all really depends on sort of what you're doing with it, but you've got roughly 3, well, you have got 3 yards on a spool. So you're definitely going to get around a sizable cabochon, and you're going to get lots of smaller ones, certainly lots of fillers, you know, filling that you can make without actually using beads. Don't forget you can use Soutache cord as fillers without even putting beads in, by just sewing them, like we'll come to eventually, like a snake's head piece. And so with that amount, you're certainly going to get a very sizable piece, if not 2 or 3 pieces easily. Millions of pairs of earrings. Millions of earrings,
lots of small pendants. NCG C70. Your blues and greens are 3 yards of each colour with a 3mm thickness. You've got the chevrons in there as well. I'm going to give you a different colourway soon too. 0800 644 655 on the phone lines. You can order online. It's jewellerymaker.com. Use your debit card or your credit card. These are only $6.95. When you think about how much you've got here and what you can create, that is an outstanding price tag. Superb value is what it's all about. £6.95 for your blues and greens. I've got a different colourway to give to you. Are we going to do that now, or should we do it a little bit? Let's do it now. I love these colours, and I think, you know what, I would almost be inclined to buy both of these so that you can recreate in different colours the same design.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
It's so nice to have a box full of loads of different cords.
That's exactly what I've got. I've got a box, and a bit like Mark with my box of Soutache, I sort of shade them. So you've got all the pinks running through to the reds and the blues running through to the sort of paler greens and that, just so that you can see that when you pick up your gemstones or you pick up your beads, you can see at a glance which ones are going to work for you.
Remember, this is Beadsmith Soutache cord, specifically for making Soutache jewellery. You'll get lots of different Soutache cords, but I think this is the only one we've ever seen specifically for making jewellery. You get your haberdashery soutache, you get your embroidery soutache, you get all sorts of different types. This is specifically for making competitive quality, because the Beadsmith runs a lot of competitions. If that's something you'd like to get into, soutache is one of the most competitive of all the jewellery making techniques. And I'm giving you all of these for just £8.75. You'll give it going lower. She's going lower. Is she really? Oh, they're gorgeous colours. Supposed to be the same price as the last lot. You pay £1 less, £5. Do you know what? It's very affordable, is this, isn't it?
Incredibly so. I mean, you know, by all means, have a look and see if you can get the Beadsmith. The Beadsmith soutache elsewhere, because I've never found it cheaper. Initially, when I first discovered it and I bought it, I was paying a lot more, a lot more.
How much do you reckon these are about a pack? Because you had to pay shipping tax on there as well, didn't you?
Yeah, they come from America. That's right. Yeah.
Good.
Now I mean, roughly they've got to be around. I think they're around. I think I paid about £2.15.
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking more. I'm thinking towards the £3 each. Well, that's £10, even if they were only £2 each. Pounds, not quid, Jenny. How common. £5.95. So that was my mum's voice talking through me then. No. £5.95, 0800 644 655. So let's continue, eh?
Right, okay. So now we've finished off, and I haven't quite trimmed it off yet, but we finished off the two little curly cues on the top. Where you started by adding the little clear quartz, you just literally take the excess soutache, right, and take it around the back so that you've got a nice sort of curve, and then just thread it into the back again. Just take all 3 layers, thread it into the back like I've shown before, and over sew it, okay? And then just past the over sewing, you just pop a little bit of glue and then you trim it off. Okay, that stops the fraying that you get naturally with soutache cord. Now don't forget, any little gaps that you see when you're making your soutache, you can always fill with tiny beads. So you could put a tiny little bead in there if you wanted to. Any little areas, just where my finger is here, see that there, where the neck is joined, you can pop a little bead in there. So when you've finished all of the components, have a good look at it, look at the tiny gemstones that you've got, and then just add them. And that just really just highlights the whole design for you. But wait until you've finished and then do that. Now,
do I do that before or after I put the ultra suede on the back?
Before.
Before.
Yeah, before. Okay. So the next piece that has to be made really for this one is just a little figure of 8 that goes on the top. On here there's a little figure of 8 on the side there, and a little figure of 8 on the side there, and that is purely, I've got a very tiny one here to show you. All that is a little, see how tiny it is? It's all that one is literally starting as we do on the, I'm going to show you the koala face in a minute, but it's exactly the same start. We start on the top of the bead, and then we just sew that one bead in, and then we come back on a curly cue onto that bead, and then this here just needs to be glued off to stop the fraying at the back.
Just block the glue.
Yeah,
super glue.
Super glue I use every time. Yeah, I don't use tacky glue on soutache. I always use super glue on soutache. Okay,
because it just gets that.
It's clear. I mean, I know tacky glue normally dries colourless, but super glue is, and you need just the tiniest little spot, which is actually what you do need to use with. Whenever you're using glue, it's just as little as you can get away with.
Okay.
So those 2 little figure of 8s, we just pop on in here. Okay, so that just sits on there and it's sewn onto soutache to soutache.
Okay, and I can make as many of those little embellishments.
Yeah, you can make as many little embellishments as you want. And then there's the other little one here that's at the top, again, is the same thing, but it just hasn't got a top bead in it. Sorry, it has got a top bead in it, but it's got the top bead and it's pulled into the neck, and then just another pearl, and it's just sewn onto the back. I hope you can understand that. It's just.
And then you've done mini koalas either.
Yeah, and then there's mini koalas here.
Here's the mini koalas. I don't know why I've got to go Australian when I'm talking about mini koalas, but I do. So your mini koalas there.
Right, now the koala face, okay, we can, I can show you, I've started one, okay. So you get your lengths of soutache, and you go through the 3 layers of soutache from the outside in, and you over sew that 3 times, exiting through the top. Okay, and then you come back through and then you pop your purl on. Okay, so the pearl sandwiched in there, and then you just work your outside and inside shaping stitches around that pearl, and then you simply come down to the neckline and straighten up the soutache and pop through all layers of soutache from the outside in, through, and then just pick up that first layer from the other side to form the neckline. Okay, so we're leaving these 2 out of the way. That's gone a little bit slanted, so we just pick that up, okay, and pull.
Oh,
so
there we go.
Yeah, we are now giving it a little bit of tension. Okay, pulling it there. See how that's pulled together there?
Yeah.
That's the only time that we use some real tension, is when we are pulling elements together around the beads themselves.
Okay.
So again, go through all your layers of soutache, okay, and give that a little tug. Come back and through your 3 layers, and then pick up your outside layers from the other side, working through. Come here. Where we've got the middle one.
There he goes.
Pull it through, hopefully not to get a knot. Oh, that's how it happens. Look, see how
it twirls together.
It twirls.
Rascals.
That's a light bulb moment. It twirls. That's how they happen. Right, and back through again. I never knew how they happened.
That's how you're doing
and now
it.
I know. I've just seen it. It just goes into a little bit of a twirl. It's a bit like that Christmas wrapping stuff.
We're talking about when the cord knots into
it knots itself into invisi knots.
What are those cases on about now?
And then we've consolidated that again. So we're coming back through all the layers, and then we'll pop on one of the little grey agates, bring it through, and then just work again like I've just shown you, using the 3 layers from one side and then the other. Let it pop down onto that little level there, and then working through your 3 layers on your inside shaping stitch. Don't worry when that drops down, as long as you've got the right place on the soutache, that'll fall back. Okay, and bring that through, and then start working your outside layer, inside layer, and then turning it through, coming through to the back, stitching it, and exactly the same on the other side, so that we've got, where's it gone?
What are you looking for, my love?
One I made earlier, my dear.
That little one there? What? Which one? Which bit? You
my
looking
koala face I made earlier. Here it is. No, it's here.
Right,
there it is.
Mini koala. If you just said mini koala, I'd have been there.
So we've got that. We need to make 2 of those.
This way up for a koala, isn't it?
It doesn't really. You can use them. Either way, to be honest. It all depends how it fits into the design, because they're quite nice fitting koala to mirror image of a koala. So you've got the 2 little eyes at the top, and then fix on some more. But that's a really useful design to start linking all of your other pieces together. And then we come to the other cabochons, which are the 2 smaller ones that we're working around in a slightly asymmetric way. Let me move those out of the way, and I'll just show you. You can see now this is it. This is going to be worked in exactly the same way as we worked the. Pick it up. Would that be better for you? In exactly the same way as we worked the larger cabochon, where we started at the top and we worked the 3 layers all the way around to the neck, which is down at this point here. Okay, but when you do these 2, because they're asymmetric, can you try and make sure that you're using, when you use your soutache cords, have a longer length on the one side to the other, because as you can see here, this side here, we've used the soutache to work the koala face on the side, on there,
and the other one's just a curly
and the other
cue.
one's just one of the curls on the one side. That's just the asymmetric cabochon wrap. Okay, to do that, this is one I've got here. Okay, that we've just started. This is the smaller one. So we've got the pearl sandwiched in, okay, exactly the same way as we did on the cabochon. We've got the pearl sandwiched in there, and we've come round, working around the soutache braid, and we've sewn it soutache braid around the cab, not around the back, but straight to the 2 braids. So we're sewing through all 6 layers. And then to form the koala face on the side, we put on, I think I put on another pearl. It doesn't really matter. Don't worry which sizes. It'll all work. If, a bit like me, you've got an asymmetric mind and you're not particularly looking for complete structure and balance, then use all different sizes throughout the work and you'll still have an absolutely stunning look. So now we've got that is now sandwiched soutache to soutache. We need to get this one in. So we're only working now on the 3 layers of soutache that we're working around the pearl. So exactly the same as we've done before is to pull the pearl in to the corner and work around it again. Okay, so we're going to just do, I'm doing larger stitches than really I need to do because I'm using black, so it's not going to show on my outer layer of the navy soutache, but it would be a good idea if you're using the paler blue as the outside layer, then perhaps to try and get a matching thread, because then your stitches can be larger because the ditch will hide them. But if they are visible, then they're going to be exactly the same colour as the soutache, so it really won't matter. When you, as before I said, when you're making the little curly cues, okay, or you're going to wrap around, then just make sure that you've got enough coming round, because what we have to do now is to bring the soutache in to, sorry if my fingers are covering this, but I just need to press it in. Okay, so we need now to bring, again like doing a neck, so we're working from the outside, but this is already around that previous pearl, so we need to find the ditches of that soutache which is actually sewn to the soutache around the cabochon and pull that in, okay, and use the neck from that. Now this will now start to go slightly sort of offset. It won't stand up.
So what are you going to do?
So that's exactly what I want it to do. I want it to be slightly offset.
Oh, you want it to be...
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, I don't want it to be completely and utterly like a triangular effect. It's going to be slightly offset.
Okay.
So keep making sure that that pearl's sitting happily and working between those outer 3 layers into the other pearl, but making sure that you're through your ditch and that you're touching the pearl before you bring the needle out, and then we're coming back by the pearl inside. This is how you get the bend on your needle, because of the angle that you're coming in.
Your undulating needle.
Yeah, now we've pulled that in again now, and then we're going to just pop a little grey agate into that little corner that we've made, and do exactly the same again by pulling it into its little space there and sewing around it. Okay, I'll do quite large stitches because time's moving on.
Now the details on your screen are for the green with envy. If you would like the blue that Linda is using, there are still some available. We are going to pop those on the screen for you right now.
Right, so we're moving that around again, then just move it around as we've moved it around, but this time we're moving it to the back of the design. We're not coming into the side, we're moving it right round to the back. So manipulate the soutache.
Gives a nice curve, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, manipulate the soutache round to the back, and it will manipulate, but you do need to hold it, especially when you're working on little 4mm beads. So bring the needle in from the back. Let's just get that squared up a little bit better.
You need a good grip on that, don't you?
Yeah, it's because I'm coming to the end of the soutache as well, but it's fine because I've got enough. That out of the way. So bring the needle in and bring it through, and you can bring it through the gap between the pearl and that 4mm now, okay, as long as you retrace your step and bring it back through the layers of the soutache, it'll start to pull itself in. Can you get that little?
Come on, you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Naughty.
You need a Jenny at home. We'll put her into. We'll put
That's the very last thing anyone needs.
We'll put a Jenny. We'll put a Jenny into a bundle, and you'll be fine.
Sure,
then.
my family would quite like that. Actually,
we'll clone Jenny and put her into a soutache.
Can you
bundle
imagine?
For next
clone
time.
me. I think my mum will have 7 heart attacks. No,
we'll only make 5 of you. So 5 lucky people. 5 lucky people can have a Jenny. So. We've just moved that back into the back. Now if we flip it over to the back, you can see what I've been talking about. where the work is at the back there, and that's your excess. Okay, so we need to bring the needle through to the back, okay, and then we need to catch those 3 layers of soutache. This is just to stop the fraying. That's the word I was looking for. So again, parallel sewing, don't over sew it. Parallel sewing is by far and away the way to go when you're sewing any braids, or if you're actually sewing some of these loose sort of textured wires. I used to do something called gold work years ago. Where you sew sort of movable chains around, very much like soutache actually, but you're using these wire chains. So literally sew that inside several times, and then, sorry, I shouldn't use my teeth.
Not with your mouth.
No, I shouldn't do that.
Unless you're trying
That's
to do
bad.
someone's mouth
Rewind.
shut.
Sorry, I shouldn't do that. That was a bad thing to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. It's not good for your teeth, and if there's any glue left, you might end up with that sticking out your mouth forever.
Yeah.
Right, so the tiniest drop of
it
glue.
does taste horrible, I can vouch for that.
Tiniest drop of glue, okay? And then once you've glued it, you can take off your excess of your Essilon thread, and then just beyond the glue, you can see the line is just the point of which to take off the excess.
Don't slip through the glue?
No, you won't be able to. You won't be able to
even
anyway.
at this point?
Even at that point, you won't be able to. Yeah, it sets that quickly. You just won't be able to.
You've super glued your nails.
So I've done that before.
Me too.
So there's your little koala face done on the side of that cabochon. And then all you need to do is exactly the same, but just with 1 bead on this corner here. Sorry, I was leaning on a nerve then. That corner there, just 1 bead, and take it back through. So those are the components that you've got there. Then on the piece itself, Jen, could you just hold on to that one tick, and then we can come to the sort of probably talking through the sewing of the actual pieces. When you've completely finished the whole of the piece,
so you've made all of your
all of the cabs, right? Obviously we need to put the beads
and the koalas,
on, and the koalas. But at this point now, you need to take your templates for your ultra suede. Now to do that, I just use some ordinary tracing paper. Excuse my back, 1 second. All I've done is I've taken some ordinary tracing paper, okay?
Yeah.
And literally, this is going on Facebook, so it'll be very explanatory when you see these little pieces. Tom thought it was hysterical that it was the first time he's ever photographed tracing paper. Is pop on the component that you're working with, okay, onto a piece of tracing paper, and then simply draw around it. Now don't worry about it being slightly bigger, because it will be, but the fact that you're taking your pencil around the edge, it will be, but when you whip stitch it in afterwards, the ultra suede gets pulled in anyway, so it's quite a good thing to have that about 1 millimetre bigger, and it will naturally be that by the time you've taken your pen or your pencil around the edge of that. Do it on all of the components, and then translate that then, those very same shapes, onto the ultra suede, and then it is literally a matter of cutting it out from the ultra suede, popping it on, drawing around that, and then cutting it out, and then whip stitching it on the back. Now,
whip stitching is going around the outside like that.
Yeah, literally what you do is you attach your sewing thread to the back of the component, to the back of the soutache.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you attach it then to your template of the ultra suede, and then back over and through the ditch of the soutache.
The ditch, not the foundation board.
No,
right.
the ditch.
I'm going
and then
with you there.
You keep going around, and as you pull the stitches with a little semblance of tension, you'll see that the ultra suede will sit beneath the edge of the soutache. I've done that in black so that you can see the stitches. It literally just sits below there, and I've done quite big stitches so that camera can pick them up, but you can do them really, really tiny. Okay, and it will literally pull in. Now if you've got any sort of if by the time you've finished your piece of soutache, whichever component it may be, and you think that you've got a lot of soutache, a lot of threads going at the back, so you've got a very wobbly back surface, then you can just use a little bit of cotton wool or kapok, what you use to stuff toys with and things. The tiniest little bit of that, and fill the little bits, and then sew your
nice and
ultra. But then sew your ultra suede back, so you've got a nice straight back.
Oh, that's a good tip.
And then you just time then to put the whole piece together, and that is simply, if I can talk through this, do you mind if I move this over
Absolutely
here? Absolutely
not.
Right, Leah? Is simply by starting with the cabochon, is threading up again. Don't use beading thread now, still use your Essilon thread or your nylon thread, whatever it is that you're using. Attach it to the outside layer, okay, of the soutache, and then just stitch on the beads all the way through, using the needle throughout all of the beading, okay? And then when you come up to the next layer, you attach it to this little koala face here. Let me bring that down a bit.
There we are.
Better. Attach it to the koala face there.
The upside down koala face.
And then here, you'll see from the photographs on Facebook, you'll be able to count the beads, because they'll all be there in close-up on Facebook. You can count the beads. There's more beads on this outside layer than there is on the inside layer. Okay, it's just so that we can get this sort of nice shape going on here. And then the component that we've just completed, put it side on so that you've got the two beautiful cabochons are sort of coming out to the side. Now when you've got something like that, where you've got sort of an overlap of a cabochon or a large component bead there, it's always better to have two lots of beading going up, okay? Straighten that up a bit.
For a focal point of view? Or for
it just gives it a little bit more strength, obviously, so that's a good thing as far as technique is concerned, but it also adds to the overall balance of the thing, if you see what I mean. And you can still continue that asymmetric look by adding on the extra on the outside, and you'll follow the line then really of how the whole thing is going like that. And then when I come up to the top here, I always think with a soutache, I don't know, this is just a personal thing, but coming to the very top of a soutache piece, I've seen in lots of designs that people are adding chain at the back there, rather than having far too much either beading or even the soutache going on
weight
the back neckline. So just adding some chain in the normal way by sewing it on again. Sorry, not sewing it on, crimping it onto your beads, and then attaching a clasp in the normal way. I'm sorry we had to rush that through a little bit, and I hope you followed it. But if there's any questions whatsoever, just get in touch with me. My email address is on the website, I think it is. So just email me, and I'm more than happy to help, or mention on Facebook as well, and I'm more than happy to go on Facebook and help you. But I just wanted to get through more of a piece of jewellery today, sort of a
complete project.
A complete project. And I'm sorry I haven't actually been physically able to do the beading with you here, but it really is so easy. But just use your needle and thread again and work through it.
Now, Linda is here to take your questions on soutache, so please 60777 James Studio, followed by your message if you have any questions for Linda whatsoever. We're going to go and give you some beads now that are relevant to soutache, and also some other pieces which might help bump up your stash. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
And now we're going to give you some pocket money price tags. Everything from now on until the top of the hour is going to be under £10. I am going to give to you first of all number 2, the white topaz. Not that number 2 means anything to you, of course. Now, topaz is a gemstone that's extremely popular. I think a lot of people know about topaz, don't they? They know of topaz. So as soon as you start to let people know that, your customers perhaps, or your friends know that you're working with gemstones like topaz, I think it gets them interested. It is of course November's birth gemstone as well, so it always helps to have as many birth gemstones as you can in your stash, so you can make those personal pieces. Now this could be a tiara strand for you, it could be that pendant strand that you've been looking for, because one of these is definitely sufficient for a pendant. Very delicate and can be worn with absolutely anything. White topaz, absolutely having the clarity
that you need. If you would rather use a gemstone with a little bit more of a name for itself, shall we say, topaz has that. Topaz is easily recognisable, isn't it? Because you've got, I'll tell you what though, we don't see a lot of white topaz. Swiss blue topaz, you know straight away you're seeing it, don't you? London blue topaz, easily recognisable. But white topaz perhaps is something that you don't already have stacks of in your collection. We don't actually do lots of topaz here at Jewellery Maker. We just simply cannot get our hands on enough of it. Very popular gemstone. And these are nice plump drops. They're top drilled, so they're going to look really nice if you've got your 0.4 wire wrapping round and round and round. Maybe even your 0.25, making your own little loop at the top. And there is a simple pendant right there. Have a look at, can you see little gold inclusions? Don't they look pretty? Now, if I was giving you golden topaz, it would be very, very expensive. Maybe imperial golden topaz can be very expensive, can't it? I'm sure I can see little golden inclusions. What about you? Get yourself on the phone line, 0800 644 655 is a free phone number. Everything is going under £10. Don't forget that. And this is going to be a gem that you can mix absolutely anything. £9.95 with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Everything I'm giving you, everything we give to you here at Jewellery Maker comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and that is no questions asked whatsoever. If you don't love it, you simply send it back. Look at the way the colour travels through here, and think about the fact that this will go, it will give you that lovely shape, but it won't take away from the beauty of a really highly coloured gemstone that you've got. If you've got a gemstone that's really saturated in colour and you don't want to take away from its attention, but you do need a gemstone that offers you clarity, then this is the one that you're absolutely going to need in your collection. For under £10, you've got the strand that's going to do that. These are spaced out. They come with these elongated crimp beads with them as well. So those are also going to be very useful to you. Keep everything. Keep absolutely. Should we try these on as a necklace? Let's try them on and show you. Because I think straight away. And the thing about this kind of gemstone is that it goes with anything that's already in your wardrobe, doesn't it? Isn't that pretty? And think about these as flowers as well. These are going to make a beautiful brooch. You can gather them together as flowers. Take 5, like I was saying earlier, gather them together as flowers, and they'll be perfect for you. HGRU34. Now, Linda, I know you love gemstones like this. I know you love something that's delicate and classic. Tell me what you would do with these, bearing in mind they're topaz as well. We don't see a lot of that, do we?
No, we don't. They almost look like water droplets, don't they?
Yeah.
I think I would probably go up the usual first impression route, and that's using one as a pendant and then 2 of the smaller ones at the end of the graduation as earrings, because that would be stunning on silver or, well, gold chain, because of those sort of really sort of amber-esque inclusions that you get in there. But, you know, there's a lot of neck, this is going to let a little birdie out of its little pen. Is that
a cat out of the bag?
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for.
A bird out of his pen? A cat out of the bag?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Dog out of its kennel.
A duckling off
Telling
the
you
roof.
something I shouldn't be, really.
Well, I love it.
No, it's we're getting in the bigger chain, the bigger link chain, and I think someone's come in this morning.
Oh, yes.
That I've been able to have a look at, that I'm going to play with. But there's a lot of necklaces now where you're using lots of chain, literally linked together, sewn together, the chain, the levels of chain, and then there is round beading work going on, and then from that you've got droplets. Okay, so you've got like a wide area of chain followed by some round gemstones, and then dropping from the round gemstones you've got droplets. So like briolette shaped gemstones that you've got. So you're giving a nice flat look, but it's quite a chunky look made up of the different chains and that. And those will be absolutely ideal for that. So those chains will be coming in shortly. So bite the bullet now, literally, and get the briolette drops now, because I'm sure you will be making this type of jewellery, because it's stunning. It's coming in big in Spain at the minute. Very big Spanish designer.
España?
Very big Spanish designer doing it. Yeah.
And I love Shakira. Now, she's Spanish or is she Colombian? I don't know. We have got, do you know what, it's about keeping subtlety though, isn't it, you know?
Yes, well, you can't be anything else but subtle with gemstones, can you? That's
well, gemstones like this, certainly not.
I think all gemstones have a subtlety about them, to be truthful. but dramatic as well, because they're gorgeous.
And I've got them with a peridot here.
Beautiful.
Every time we have peridot, I sneak it in as quick as I can because I love it so much. It's one of my all-time favourites. Of course, it was one of Cleopatra's favourites as well. Peridot is beautiful. I love that bundle I gave you earlier, mixing it, wasn't he, with the with some amethyst. So if you've got any amethyst, which I know a lot of us already have in your collection, it's going to look stunning. Now if you want that perfect apple blossom look, put some pinks in there. Look at that. How pretty are pink and green together. Isn't that gorgeous? It's so darling buds of May, isn't it? I absolutely adore this colour. Now the clarity is king in this strand. Have a look, because a lot of the peridot we've been giving you, random shapes, random sizes. These are so pretty because they're all the same. They're ovals and they have the most wonderful faceting. Can you see that at the top? Almost like circus topper faceting there. And the clarity, I'd put them with gold. Beaming with springtime colour. You've got golds beaming through there as well. I'd love these with golds, purples, bit of pink as well, gold wire, maybe in a ring, loads and loads of chain perhaps, lots of rosary linking. I think cluster them, put a lot of these into the centre of a flower, the stamen of a flower, and then really go to town with your wire work around the edges. LKYY28 is your item code. This, do you know, look how long it is. It's a 30 centimetre strand. I'm giving it to you. August birth gemstone for under £10. Gorgeously green. Have a look. Gorgeously, gorgeously green. Now, I've just taken this off so I can show you with the purples and the pinks. Got it with a bit of silver wire here. That was done earlier by Michelle. How perfect is that look? It just is. Do you know what, actually, though? You know the sunstone we got coming up later? I really like green with those peach. Isn't that, now it's really vintage. So gorgeous, I love it. I just think there is a place for peridot in every single piece of jewellery that you create. Now look with the champagne. Now if you're thinking that, oh, you know what, because I think a lot of people think, you know, blue is the most popular colour in the world statistically. I'm a big fan of green, and some people, you know, I think you either go one way or the other, Linda, don't you? You either go for your greens and your blues, or you go for your reds and your oranges. I think this blends in nicely with both because of the tone of green that peridot is. Would you? Now, I've just put these together, and Linda went, "I love that. I love that."
I do love those. Those together are stunning, aren't they? Absolutely stunning. I know the first show I did with you, you said that your favourite colour was green. I think we've got some green adventuring on at the time. What would I do with that? I would definitely have that as a tassel. Okay, if you're using that. Sorry, what is it? What's the?
This is the champagne quartz.
The champagne quartz.
Earlier,
sorry,
yeah.
Using the champagne quartz, the larger one there in the centre as the tassel top, and then dropping the peridot from it.
Yes.
And probably just making up a sort
chain,
of a bit of a rosary chain, and popping one of the champagne quartz in the chain as well as.
One of the little teeny ones,
and even the peridot as well. Peridot, champagne quartz, peridot in the chain, and then using like a big gap of chain, but having a really sizable tassel coming from it.
And then loads of peridot at the bottom.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. I love the idea of that. I can't get enough of peridot. I just absolutely adore it. I really do. Do you know what? Let's give you some. Should we do some moonstone? You know, a lot of have you noticed how, you know, people are putting their wedding photos on Facebook at the moment? How many people are having vintage weddings? I mean, it's everywhere. The vintage brides, and we're seeing a lot of the grooms with their what are they called? Braces on. I love it. Now we're going to give you, is it number 7, that one you wanted? Let's do that because I think this is very, very vintage. Now, we're giving you this strand a bit naughtily at under £10. Look at the Sheila. Now this can create something very, very Downton. Can you imagine just droplets coming down? And you've got the most amazing colours. You've got these wonderful silvers, you've got these peaches, you've got the mink tones in there as well. These are very classic. Very classy. Very elegant. Now you can see the fluidity of the schiller as well. Your eyes are drawn, they're focused, and let's think about the vintage pieces that we can create, whether it's a sort of Gatsby edge piece or whether it is a Downton piece that you're going to create. I think you could go through the eras with a gemstone like this, Linda, couldn't you?
Most definitely. Again, you see, you've got those briolette, but this time you've got your faceted briolette drops as well. Stunning, and because it's moonstone and it comes in quite a graduated range of colours.
Look at these.
So exactly, that's what I find attractive about it. I love those coffees, those creamy coffees running through to those opaque milky colours. That's just the most delicious. Put that with the champagne quartz. Wow,
let's
just
do that.
So beautiful.
Oh,
isn't that delicious? Oh, that's
somebody open a bottle of champers.
Oh, it said cappuccino to me. That makes a change for me.
Oh yeah, I was thinking champers. Any excuse. Minky pearl. You want like the mink tones in here?
And with the pearls that we had earlier as well, that 3-strand pearl bundle. Oh, absolutely amazing. Beautiful.
What about with gold pearls as well?
Stunning.
Sumptuous. DGSF52 is your item code. Now these are graduated between 9x6 to 12b9. They're on a 20 centimetre strap. Look at the schiller though, it's all about the schiller. You need it, you got to have it. Can you imagine those earrings cascading, loads of them, just cascading down. 806 at a 444 655, only £9.95. They've got to, do you know, I wish I was wearing earrings with loads of these in right now. Amelia, if you're anywhere near the earring box, you know what to do. She can hear all, Amelia. She's like God. £9.95. DGS F52. Amelia is our wonderful floor manager. She's been on loads, hasn't she? You know, and now you need to be quick with these. We're very, very popular. Aren't they gorgeous? I love the way they graduate. Do you? Have a look. We'll squeeze a few more in for you. Now let's go with this strand of aquamarine and morganite. Now, from the Beryl family, of course, as you know, morganite. I've got heliodor in this strand as well. If you loved, and who did not love Michelle's rings earlier, they're what made me make her go upstairs, because she was a guest, you see. She came in to do one of our workshops and I saw her jewellery and I thought, this woman needs to be on air. Come through onto one of our workshops and show us what you can do. Have a look. You've got beautiful, beautiful morganite and aquamarine. For me, Linda, this is a strand for rings, but there's so much more opportunity, I know.
Again, it's got the drama. I use that word a lot, I know, but it has. It's got the drama of gemstone going on there in a polished way. That, for me, would make a long necklace, okay? A long one, because I like the way, because they're centre drilled.
That's what I was going to say. Look,
yeah, they're centre drilled, so you've got those faces of the gemstone at every angle, really. Drop those from chain again as a long necklace would be absolutely amazing.
An over the head one?
Yeah, an over the head one. Yeah, definitely.
Now, you've got that tapering again, you've got the graduation, so you could start with them small and work down towards the centre, getting larger and larger, but you could make earrings out of these, matching earrings as well.
Yeah, use the two at either end, keep those off for your earrings.
This is a very high-end strand, and it is going under £10, of course, quite heartbreakingly so. Genuine aquamarine, the birth gemstone of March, and heliodor and morganite, all for £9.95. Morganite is a gemstone that was launched by Tiffany & Co. You'll see it in some of the collections there still. £9.95, the colour of this wonderful gemstone. A gemstone that is said in the aquamarine to reignite the flames of love, to bind a marriage. It was the original gemstone set into engagement rings, you know, before the diamond campaign. Have a look at that. £9.95. Now, let's give to you, where do we follow? Do you know what? I'm going to give you, do you know what? Let me show you the turquoise that's coming up. I need this. You've got the turquoise coming up, December's birth gemstone. You have got, and it's natural, real natural turquoise. You have got the most labradorite strand of labradorite. Look at that. You've got the pearls. You've got lots of scents being made out of me, of course, as always. And I've got Martha's pick of moonstone here. It's all the ethereals. After the break, I've got all of the ethereals for you. If you love creating outstanding pieces of jewellery, then look no further. We'll be back with these gorgeous strands.
Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in Soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, Soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, where it is most certainly turquoise o'clock. Natural turquoise. Let's talk about natural turquoise. Do you remember when we first launched natural turquoise and I gave you 3 strands, not unlike this, for £80 on a wonderful deal? Wasn't that long ago, was it? Now, I've only got, and this is really important, we could only get 20 of these. Now, as it's coming up for summer, turquoise is going to become more and more popular. Therefore, for us and for you, it's going to become harder and harder to get hold of. We go months and months and months without seeing natural turquoise. Let's talk about the difference. When you see jewellery on the high street, this or a similar colour, a lot of the time, you're not buying turquoise. unless it specifies genuine turquoise. Turquoise can be incorporated, can't say it, lost the word. Incorporated, thank you, as a colour. And so people can sell a turquoise ring based on the fact that it is turquoise colour. Often you'll be buying dyed howlite, turquoise coloured howlite, turquoise coloured agate, I promise you. Now, unless it says 100% natural turquoise, there is a huge risk you're not buying turquoise at all. Now, every strand that comes in here to us, a jewellery maker, of course, you know we've sourced ourselves. We've gone directly to the mines, which means we know exactly what we're getting. Just for your reassurance, we lab test everything. If it's not what we think we bought, it gets sent back. Now, with that in mind, I need you to be really quick with this one. We have not had natural turquoise in for ages. We've only got 20 of them. We don't have any more. It's coming up for summer. Your customers, your friends are all going to be wanting turquoise. It's also December's birth gemstone. Now, turquoise is a gemstone that naturally can be very, very soft. So to get a natural strand with no treatment is a rarity, because if you think about all of the jewellers of the world, the high-end jewellers, we're competing with Cartier, with Tiffany & Co. You know, we're competing with some of the biggest, Boodle, you know, whoever's got turquoise in their collection, so many big jewellers do, they're going to want the best. So it's a very, very, very tough thing to get hold of what we've got here for you. Now, because, you know, we know the stories about breaking turquoise down, crushing it down, using it for makeup in ancient times. So you can already, I mean, they would mortar and pestle it. You can already appreciate how easy this is to be very soft. So to get it in the most incredible quality where it's hard enough, not only to facet, but also to drill hole, I mean, it's wonderful. It's such a privilege. Have a look at the sizes of these. Now, remember, this is a genuine strand of turquoise. The colour is striking. Have a look. Now, the little veins that are inside turquoise are called the matrix of turquoise. That veining naturally included. And doesn't it make for a dramatic effect? We've been talking about Game of Thrones in the break. We've been talking about, you know, those fantasy programs and fantasy films, and this kind of touches on the edges of that, doesn't it? Because you've got all this wonderful mystery wrapped up in a powerful colour. Incredibly beautiful. It can be so expensive. Half the stock's gone. We haven't even told you the price. I'm going to give you the price, and then I know Linda's looking to get these, like mine. They're so beautiful. And you know what? When we launch these, 3 strands for £80, I'm giving you one today for £19.95. And remember, we don't have loads of them. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. I think these are going to sell out. 0800 644 655 is a free phone number. Make sure you're dialing now if you don't want to miss out. Linda, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
I think turquoise is the gemstone of any summer, do you think?
Yeah.
You know, with the long maxi dresses, the linens and the things, there's one gemstone that works really well for holiday type jewellery is turquoise, isn't it?
Absolutely. I don't know why either.
No, I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's the texture of it as well.
Yeah, maybe
it's the texture as well as the colour, without a doubt. And it just goes with the idea of summer holidays.
Doesn't it? And look there at that, where that labradorite is just replicating, almost like a chameleon there. I just think it goes very well with whites as well, and we do tend to wear more white in the summer. I think there's a real striking contrast. If you love to make that striking contrast jewellery, then this is your one. Good evening to you, Zena, my gorgeous Zena's shopping with us today. Hello to so many of you. IDG P41, loads of you there. A great big hello to each and every one of you. It does look like this could sell out any second now. Now, let's give you Le Champagne Pearls. Have a look at these. Now, they are perfectly oval. They're absolutely beautiful. Champagne cultured pearls. These are genuine freshwater cultured pearls. Now, let's talk about the golden South Sea pearl. How much have you ever seen one golden South Sea pearl for? They're thousands, aren't they? Thousands for one. Now these, I wish I was giving you a strand of golden South Sea pearls, but I think there'd be a security guard either side of my shoulders right now if they were. Gold pearls naturally make you think rich, expensive, exquisite, exclusive. You know, I think when you see a lady wearing gold pearls, you automatically, well, they've got their own, they set their own precedents, don't they? They really are up there on a pedestal. I think pearls are as important as diamonds in jewellery. I think they're classic, they're elegant. We think Audrey Hepburn, we think Marilyn Monroe, we think Elizabeth Taylor. The Queen wears pearls, Princess Diana wore pearls, Kate Middleton wears pearls. You know, we're thinking of all these ladies that we actually associate with money, wealth, beauty, status. It's a gemstone of status. And we're talking about Downton Abbey earlier, weren't we? You know, a lot of antique pieces of jewellery are made up of pearls, and a lot of those pearls, vintage pearls, are golden pearls. Now, Linda, you and Sheila are notorious for stealing as many pearls in this building as you can. Why?
It's strange as you say that, because I was begging for pearls yesterday, emailing Rebecca. And I do tend to beg for pearls, yeah. Because exactly of what you have just said, and because they are a future heirloom, right? Because they've got a history.
They do create heirlooms.
Exactly, but they can also be future heirlooms. So when my little 4-year-old granddaughter was christened, I made her little, you know, they had the little silver christening bracelets.
Yeah.
I made her one in the Tinsy Wincy pearls. And it was just different. You know, people expect the sort of little solid one. But, you know, she can keep it, and I've kept the strand that I took it from so that she can make it bigger as she gets older. And I just think it just has that emotion. It sets off that emotion side. But you were quite right in the fact that so many icons, stage icons, celebrity icons, business icons, everywhere you look, ladies are wearing pearls. But now the young people are wearing pearls. If you look at sort of BAFTAs and things like that, if you look around, you're going to get at least 80% of the celebrity are going to be wearing pearls.
Let's keep our eyes peeled. Do you know, it is a strand that I think absolutely commands attention. A gemstone that commands attention. It's a gemstone that, well, like we said, it's a gemstone of status. It's a gemstone that so many of the celebrities are wearing now. You know, it's a gemstone that shows off class.
Definitely. And
it's a gemstone that shows off elegance. Now, I don't think I know a woman who doesn't want to ooze both of those things, class and elegance. That's what we aspire to give off, those vibes of class and elegance, isn't it? Just the simplest stretchy bracelet, and it's done. You know what? You will see pearls at huge price tags, won't you, Linda? Huge.
Huge, absolutely enormous price tags. I mean, I know the strand I had for my pearl wedding anniversary. And I did wait for that anniversary to get a really nice strand of pearls, and that started with a 7 and it had 2 noughts after it. And that's the absolute truth. It really is. And they're probably 5 mil pearls.
I told you in Cambridge,
and they're cultured pearls.
£2,000.
Yeah, they're not Tahitian pearls, they're not South Sea pearls, they're cultured pearls. And they're absolutely exquisite, and I absolutely love them to bits. And it's just that sort of feeling you have when you put pearls on. I know it sounds weird, but if you're not really, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but if you're not into your pearls now, and you're probably in your 20s or 30s, you'll grow into them. You will grow into pearls. You most definitely will. So bring that forward and have them now, because you will definitely. It's a bit like crystal and cut glass. I'm using, cut glass. Yeah. My aunt is, and I go, now I've got it. I love it.
Do you know, it's something
you're
right
you just
there.
Grow into.
I think I've loved it since Prince's Diamonds and Pearls song. They've always been my favourite combination, and I had that pair of earrings for my 21st birthday, which were diamonds with a pearl on the end, and I've blinking lost one of the earrings, haven't I? I know. But my gran gave me a piece that she had she died last year, 96 years old. She gave me
a piece of jewellery that was given to her. It was a bee in pearls, in silver. She got it when she was 16. She gave it to me when I was 20. It might have been 21 actually. You know, and it's gone through the generations and it's cherished, absolutely cherished.
Certainly is. Yeah, my mum had a 3-strander, and I remember restranding it for her one year, and then when she passed away I've got it, and it's absolutely glorious. And this morning there's a picture of the Queen, and you can just see peeping out, and she's on horseback, she's very Gloucestershire, and you can just see peeping out that strand of pearls that she always wears.
I don't know how she does it, I really don't. I tell you, I'm struggling. KVP066, it's all about the pearls, darling. A gemstone of status, absolutely. They're only £14.90. That's not a price tag of status, is it? You don't have to tell anyone you only paid £14.95 because you're going to look like $1 million. 0800 60 444 655. If this is for you, you're going to want to buy 2 and make a matching set for your sister or your mum because they're going to want to steal them too. KVP066, June's birth gemstone, and it works so well with the sunstone that I must demand that we do that next, because Linda, that is one classic hot combination. These two are divine, aren't they?
They are just sensational. I've not seen sunstone that you know, you have in mind, you know, when somebody says to you, oh, do you like emeralds? Immediately a picture pops into your head. Do you like diamonds? And a picture pops into your head. Somebody says to me, do you like sunstone? It's that particular colour of sunstone. It's almost like it's got particles of glitter encapsulated inside it. It's so perfect.
Those particles, in fact, are not imaginary at all. They're there and they are copper. Little tiny particles of copper glimmering when the light catches these. This is a natural strand of sunstone. Don't you think it's incredible that this is real? I mean, this happened without any intervention. This grew, this formed in the ground. I think it's fascinating, and look at the beauty we see before us. Look at that sparkle. These are faceted wonderfully as well. I think these are going to look striking in a pair of cascading earrings. I love to see them catch the light. I think one of those pearls at the top and a drop, just one drop, simple and elegant, would look just as striking too. Look at that colour. Look at that sparkle and that glitter. Can you see? Just when the light catches those edges, it's like sunset over the sea, isn't it? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. 0800 644 655. Now, every time I have a strand of such beauty, such delicacy, I always see the same names on my screen, so I'm just waiting to see whether I've got my crew in tonight. EDRU03. I knew Arno would have these. Any minute now it'll be Zena. Maybe Rebecca in Essex might love these too. Karen, you've got yours from the West Midlands. I always know certain jewellery makers Ulia normally would go for these as well. If you're sat at home thinking, there's Zena, see, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? I knew it. Darren, gorgeous Zena, hello my darling. EDRU03, 60 carats of beautiful sunstone. This is the one. This is the one that you want to be wearing around your neckline. If you want a gemstone that just, it's got a very, I feel it's quite a powerful gemstone, do you?
Definitely. What I'm thinking is, you know, the nude tones are very big at the minute.
Yeah.
And there's some gorgeous tailored dresses in that very pale sort of fawny pink at the minute. If you want the self, and because it really looks very classy if you wear the self, when you're wearing something sort of quite pale or one colour, it's quite classy to put together your accessories in that self colour as well. Yeah. And can you imagine that against that sort of nude, sort of scalloped neck, just shoulder to shoulder, just dropping in, just restrung like that, perhaps with one of them as a little drop. That would be just so perfect.
Any skin tone can get away with this as well.
Absolutely.
Any skin tone. Yeah. I just love that glow, that beauty. It's got something really magical attached to it, and I can't explain what it is. You know what, Lurlin?
You're on my list, I think, Lurlin, for always buying really delicate, really beautiful gemstones. Terry, you're there too. It's great to have you, Darren and Marianne and Cheryl. I've got so many wonderful jewellery makers. Look at this strand. It's all yours. Definitely. It reminds me of the sun setting over sparkling seawater. You know, when you're sat on the beach and it just sparkles. Absolutely stunning. You're going to love making jewellery with this strand, and I'm going to give it to you for just £9.95. To get this strand under £10 is a sensation. Please think about where else you would get sunstone from. Please think about it. In fact, before you even shopped here at Jewellery Maker, did you know about sunstone? I knew about moonstone, but I didn't know about sunstone, and I love it. I actually think the sound of it, if you tell someone, what is this? They ask you, and you say, oh, it's sunstone. Don't you think it sounds magical? Don't you think it sounds romantic? The fact that you're wearing something that's called sunstone, that is a real gemstone. Well done, Olive in Midlothian. It is lovely to have you on board. You've got 60 carats. Now your graduations are from 7x6 to 16x11. EDRU03 is your item code. Make sure you're checking out baskets if you're shopping online. I know there's small queues on the phone lines. Please stay where you are. Let's do a gemstone that our executive producer still cannot pronounce. Can you pronounce it, Linda? She wants to know.
I have to split it into its components and say, well, I can say Labrador. It's when I get to the Bador bit, putting the ite on the end.
Bador.
Yeah, it's the ite. So Labradorite is the only way I can say.
Labradorite.
Yeah.
Oh, I never even thought it. I never even thought it.
But do you know what? You don't have to. You don't even have to.
It doesn't matter what it's
say
called.
it.
It's luscious.
No, exactly. Just call it Schiller, because that's what it is. It should be called Schillerite.
It should be called that.
Oh, look at the blues bands.
Do you know what? You know, sometimes there should be an angelic chorus, a choir.
Yeah.
That, like, it's this.
Yeah,
it's this. Oh, my son and daughter's musical theatre group are coming in for our birthday show. They're all getting their vocal cords warmed up, actually. Have a look. Have a look at that Schiller. I don't even need words right now, I don't think, do I? Beautiful, dramatic Labradorite is what you've got. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on my strands. You should have there or thereabouts, always the same carat weight. Now the thing about these cuts is they're cut in accordance to the Labradorescence. So the Labradorist has got that word wrong.
Lapidurist. I can't say that word very well neither.
Lapidurist. There we go. It left me. You know when a word just goes? It's usually jump ring with me. Today it's Lapidurist. The Lapidurist has taken each piece of Labradorite and cut to the fluidity of the Labradorescence. Now, often the Lapidurist will be told, right, I need 20 strands of 8mm rounds. So they'll have to create 8mm rounds. This kind of stranded distinction, the Lapidurist has been given run of the mill. And you know, it was more a case of this is going to be a special strand where the Labradorescence is key. It's not about the shape or necessarily the size. We get a sort of a rough guide to the size, but it's about the Labradorescence. And you can see that the Lapidurists have done their very best, usually actually by tradition men are Lapidurists. But have a look at this. Just an exquisite hand that's cut every single one. Look at, and that's the effect that you get. Now you won't find that, I don't think, anywhere else. Can you see that Labradorescence? There is nothing that I can put into words that's going to explain the beauty of that. Now, I want you to just ask yourself this. If you did not know the price of a diamond, there's no denying diamonds are amazing and they're beautiful. There isn't, because they are. But if you didn't know the price of a diamond, and we were completely dumb to what prices things were, we didn't know, we had no knowledge, would you price Labradorite any less than a diamond? Is it offering any less beauty? Because I actually, in all honesty, believe that it is not. I believe that you get as much beauty from a Labradorite of quality like this, of course, than you do of a diamond. You get as much enjoyment, you get as much stunning, striking quality. Now, they are entirely different gemstones, I'll give you that. Are they any more less beautiful? Absolutely not. You need them. Should we be giving you this strand for a crazy price tag? Yes. Do you know why? Because the world top jewellers, we've seen, Linda, haven't we? We've seen jewellery designers like, let's say, Jean Schlumberger, Elsa Peretti. We've seen their pieces with labradorite or moonstone, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pounds. So to give a strand like this for £50 or £60 would be an absolute extreme value.
Without a doubt. At that quality, without a doubt.
Well, you and I both know we're not going anywhere near the £60 mark. So by doing what we're doing, are we risking devaluing the gemstone for the other jewellers? Yes, I absolutely think we are. Do we need to give you these price tags? Could we get away with? We could. I promise you. When you, if I was here now, giving you so many pieces of jewellery with thousands of pound price tags attached to them, you'd realise how the world sees this gemstone. And not only the world, you know what? Top designers use this gemstone because it is so dramatically beautiful. It's going to go so well with your aquamarine that you bought from earlier. Look at the way the labradorite just takes on. Have a look at that. All of this for one price tag of just £14.95. Now that price tag right there is shockingly low. Don't compare our price tags to the world because we are not giving you those huge price tags. We're giving you, is it genuine labradorite? I bet your life it is. £14.95. Look at that beauty. Exquisite, isn't it? Just exquisite. Voted the favourite gemstone at Jewellery Maker, probably the one that commands the biggest amount of jewellery makers buying it. Look at those tassels as well, you can use those too. Got little coils in between each one, £14.95. Now I'm going to give to you. Ooh. Now this for me straight away is a strand of singular pendants. Really easy. If you've just started jewellery making and you've been sort of concentrating more on round gemstones, because I do feel like round gemstones are probably, well, they're such a familiar shape, aren't they? They're just so much easier in some ways. But this one, if you're thinking to yourself, no, I want to do something different, let me just tell you. Get an eye pin, a gold eye pin, run it through the top of one of these gemstones, eye loop the other, put it on some chain. Easy. Have a look at what I'm talking about. This is the easiest strand of gemstones to create some different looking jewellery. Do you see what I mean? Just an eye loop either side. It's so easy. Look at that clarity. And citrine is the gemstone of happiness. If you believe in myth and legend, I do. Absolutely I do. Then you've got the gemstone of happiness here. Citrine is a gemstone that I've always loved because it's such a sunny colour. And do you know what? When we cast our minds to a perfect day, the sun's always shining, isn't it? They remind you of that. Citrine is subtle, it's elegant, but Linda, when you've got strands like this, the temptation is just to make one big necklace, or in fact, if you wanted to make more money if you're selling jewellery on, individualise them as pendants, what else could I do?
You can have that one as a charm drop from a bracelet, which would be really nice. But to be honest, that shape, it's like a trapezium shape, they go together nicely as flowers as well. Those do. If you use, yes, if you use wire with them and you bring all 5 together, so that in the centre then you can weave the wire, your excess wire, you can weave it around the centre point and it'll come out like a 5-pointed star. Oh. So that would look nice as a drop, wouldn't it? Perhaps again with a tassel dropping from it. Or just as an asymmetric. What I quite like to see is a big brave gemstone star or woven bead or a thing. No, just sitting there at the collarbone and then lots of chain dropping from it. Okay, but just one central big gemstone piece there.
On just up by the
just here on the collarbone, and then have that linking to the sort of the back of the neck piece, and then about probably 10 strands of graduated chain dropping from it. And citrene's brilliant for that. That was probably my most favourite necklace I ever made. I'm talking about one I actually made about 3 years ago in that shape.
It's just such, I mean, I love the way the colour looks like it's collecting at the bottom as well.
Yeah, very much.
It looks like the colour is fluid here and it's all sinking to the bottom. I think this is such a wonderful strand to have in our stash, isn't it? Citrine Fancy beads. They are 16 by 15 to 20 by 18. GDG P11 is your item code with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get yourself dialing that only $12. Now, do you know what I'm going to do? They're $12.95. I'm going to count them for you because you might be wanting to making pairs of things, cufflinks perhaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 34. You could make rings out of this actually, couldn't you? Let's have a look. You could make a ring out of it. A beautiful, I love citrine. I've got a citrine ring that my friend Denise gave me. I've got a big, mine's a big emerald cut one. Yeah, rectangle in silver. I love it. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't it gorgeous? GDG P11. It is the gemstone of happiness. It's always nice to send your friend a bit of citrine, isn't it? Send them a bit of happiness. And again, this is going to go very well with your aquamarines because they just do. Look at that. Nature, isn't it? Nature inspired. Now, very soon I've got for you another new strand. Look at that moonstone. You want to do that now? She wants to do it now. Let's do it now then, why not? Let's have a bit of that right now. Because of the pyramid shape of these gemstones, look at that. That's what we're talking about. You get the faces, so the light shines from those faces. Linda, I've never used a shape like this, I'm going to be really honest with you. So how do I use it? I know I want to use it because I can see all this amazing schiller, but how do I actually do that?
Well, if you treat them perhaps not as the archetypal pyramid shape in your mind, if you treat them as nuggets.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Treat them as nuggets and use them in exactly the same way as you would use nuggets. And actually gathering them together, if you imagine those spacer beads have gone off the temporary strand, they're going to knit really well together. So you could even do a weave with them, and they would make a really organic shape, and with all the schiller bouncing off of those different nugget weights, as it were, because they're all different sizes, would look absolutely stunning. That again is another gemstone that you can use, you know, just on its own and have a lot of effect from.
It's so powerful again, but so very subtle, so very feminine at the same time. Now, I'm going to put this around my neckline. And let's think about tiaras and fascinators. Let's think about, like Linda just said, treat them like nuggets and put them, you know, really bunch them up. Put them in a cluster. Make a flower out of them. They're top drilled. There's so much you can do with a strand like this. Let's take it down so that I can show you that it's all about the iridescence, isn't it? A very, very powerful strand of iridescence. Look at what I'm giving to you right now. Look at that blue. Just super, isn't it? You need these. Now let's see, are all my usuals that are in for gorgeous, beautiful, delicate, pretty gemstones on the phone? Well, Olive is certainly in the mood for beauty. Kirsten, hello, Karen, and a brand new jewellery maker. Elizabeth in Kent. This one is yours as well. Mix it with pearls. The rainbow right here. QYRU09. By the way, these are totally natural. I always think, you know what, if you're watching us for the first time, you think, oh yeah, that's nice, bit of glass. It's not glass. These are real. I promise you, with my hand on my heart, we are, because a lot of people watch and say, yeah, but they're not real gemstones, are they? I know you're talking about gems, they're not real gems. They are real gemstones. We're passionate about that. I know you can't get them in the big crafty shops. I know that if you buy a couple of these, perhaps even on another shopping channel, we're talking major price tags. You know what? We have the utter privilege of being part of a huge jewellery company, our sister company Gems TV. So in fact, we get to give you trade prices. Isn't it wonderful? QYRU09. Don't take your prices too low though, because there is a risk. I've heard from friends before that have sold jewellery that people say to them, you're undercutting us at craft fairs because you're going too low in price. You know what? Don't do that. Be competitive. And you've got these, they're only £9.95. Come and grab them whilst you can at that price, like under £10. 0800 644 655 is the number to be dialing. 0800 644 655 is a free phone number. You can get in touch with us and buy this on the website. It's all the w.jewellerymaker.com. If you would like Linda's email, they're on there too. Have a look at that. 1P&B all day long, by the way. Were you shopping with Ed this morning? He's a crazy character, isn't he? And you're going to continue shopping with the lovely Lady Defoy. Danny, what's coming up tonight then, lad? Anything special?
Emerald showcase.
Emerald showcase?
With an emerald kit. We've got some rubies going under £10.
No.
Superstar buy.
Rubies going under £10 in the voice of Danda. Rubies. I love that Danny always wears matching socks to the outfits that he's got on. They always fit in. He's got grey on his shoes, therefore he's got grey socks to match. He's all matching-y. £9.95. He's skipped off now. Carolyn's bought 3 from Wiltshire. Well done. I feel like we ought to do some precious gemstones. How do you feel about that? If Danny's getting all emerald-like on us later, I think we ought to see his emerald and raise him with some sapphire. Now, let's do that. Have a look at this strand. Fanfares are needed. Have you ever seen Princess Diana's engagement ring? That Ceylon sapphire. Did you know that Ceylon sapphires were only for the royal family at one point? You had to be a member of a royal family to have Ceylon sapphires because there weren't enough of them. And they were an exclusive gemstone. She chose that ring. Charles didn't get down on his knees and present it to her. She chose it. Have a look. It is the most gorgeous ring in the whole entire universe ever, amen, isn't it? Have a look at what I've got for you. Isn't this stunning? And now Kate's wearing it, and she's wearing the matching earrings as well. Have a look at this. Look at the blues. Now what I love about this strand is you've got the almost Ceylon tones there. You've got the deep, deep classic sapphire. But the most important thing, the sparkle is incredible. Sapphire is a gemstone of status. It is a precious gemstone. It's up there with the diamond and the ruby and the emerald for exclusivity. You will see some of the world's most expensive jewellery, some of the world's most exclusive jewellery with sapphire. That sapphire ring of Princess Diana's was valued at £28,000 when she first got it. Now it's $250,000. I reckon it'd go for way more than that though, don't you, if it was auctioned? It would. Who does not want that ring? Every girl in the universe. These range from 2x1 to 3x2. You've got September's birthstone. Now, I've got Belinda already grabbing this. I pretty much know Anna and Zena are going to follow. Ulia might be there as well. You know what? When you see a strand like this, I do make a call to all my precious gemstone lovers, and I do see some very regular jewellery makers and those that I know appreciate really exclusive gemstones. Oh look, there's Rebecca in Essex, the one I was telling you about just now. You've got yours. Well done, Rebecca. You know, I get to know you, and I get to know what you like, and it's so lovely to see you on my screens because Rebecca in Essex, so many times I've given precious gemstones, so many times Rebecca in Essex has come through and bought them. Now,
I actually think there's a huge statement there on its own. Rebecca comes back for more because the quality, I think it's because the quality is wonderful. Now, if you've ever wanted to create jewellery that you feel is good enough to get valued, I would have this strand. If you ever wanted to create jewellery, perhaps for that special bride, maybe it's even your daughter, I would use this strand. Make sure you download your certificate of authenticity, because I do believe you are going to want to get this valued. You know what? Only ever use precious metal, please, if you're going to do that, because I think you're going to be shocked in a great way when you get this valued, even if you take it to get valued before you even turn it into jewellery. You are shopping for genuine, precious sapphires. You are going to get the most amazing price tag today. Your web price, the price this usually is already phenomenal. How much would you pay for a strand like this if it was just simply set with some silver clasps into a bracelet? Do you think that would be a £150 bracelet in a jeweller's? Easily, easily. I'm going to give you your web price tag on your screens right now. You've got 25 carats. This price tag, £14.95. You know I could give you these for £20 more than that and still justify that you were getting incredible, insanely wonderful value. Now I know all of my, Rebecca's got hers, I'm expecting Ulia to grab hers, I'm expecting Anna to grab hers, I'm expecting Zena to grab hers. Now I know this is a ridiculously crazy price tag, £14.95. The lowest price tag. HNRU 34. What would you do with these, Linda?
Well, I think definitely would be that bracelet that you were just talking about, but spacing them, using them as a graduated spacer between perhaps pearls.
Absolutely.
Because they've got that graduation of colour, you can start off with the paler ones working through to the darker ones. And I think I probably would put pearls to them just to make that. A lady a few years ago, she bought a strand of sapphire and she sat on it for a long time, and then she brought it in one day. She was literally on the Sunday sofa as it was then, and she said, I'm not quite sure what to do with them. And there was a strand of pearls on the show, and I just said, and she made it, and she's now she actually made 2 necklaces, one for each of her daughters as a sort of she said she couldn't make the one because she got 2 daughters, so she had to make 2, so she used them as spacers. So can you imagine that, a sapphire and pearl necklace? Just very, very plain, very, very simple. Let the gemstones do the shrieking.
Look at how many people we got on the phone for this strand. The value though, I mean the price tag. You know we've seen sapphires not unlike these for £49. We have, haven't we, Linda?
Yeah, well, I mean possibly that price tag could almost make you think, hang on a minute, are they as wonderful as Jenny's saying? Yes, they are.
Yes, you're right.
They are as wonderful as Jenny's saying that they are, and it's just because it's Jewellery Maker and we can source things and we do our best. But please don't take that as a £14.95 picture of a sapphire, because it's not. You should add a nought to that 14, and then you get a better picture of a classic sapphire. I mean, I had a Ceylon sapphire ring, unfortunately.
You did?
Yes, it went in a burglary along with my opal.
No!
Yeah, so I haven't replaced it because I just haven't, because I don't think you can. But yeah, it went with a fantastic multicoloured opal I'd got, and I really miss wearing it. I really used to go out with it and think, I was really proud of wearing that ring.
Those swines. Honestly, it makes you... But you know what? These do create irreplaceable jewellery. Do you know something? I'm seeing so many multi-buyers. Jean, you've bought 2. I've got... Who else? Hang on. I've got loads of people with multi-buying. Pamela in Lancashire. I've got Pamela in Dorset. I've got Alicia. I've got Hazel. Jean, as I said, you had your 2. Joanna, you've got these. Anne, you've got these. Lynn, you've got these. Emma, Diane, Sharon, Veronica, Susan...
Suzanne, JM staff in brackets, not even bothering to come into the building to get the discount because you know these will probably sell out. Suzanne JM staff has got hers. You see Suzanne's gorgeous jewellery, one of our beading buddies. Amazing, amazing value that you're seeing here. That good that Suzanne's not risking it and she's getting these. Sarah Jane, Rosemary, Andrea, Alison, Christina. I've got Alison from Hampshire. Mandy, Carol. I have got Dorothy and Jacqueline, Eleanor. I have got a jewellery maker in County Down. I have got so many of you on the phone lines right now. HHRU34, £14.95 for a whole strand of sapphire. Absolute madness. I think if you sell your jewellery on, this is going to be one of the biggest profit makers you ever bought. Do you think that? I know that's a big statement.
Because to be honest, the writing's on the packet, isn't it? You know that that's a sapphire because it has got that sapphire blue to it.
You know it shouldn't be that price tag.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you don't have to let anybody else know that, do you? Absolutely
don't. and please, please, please get this valued. Get it valued. You've got to be quick in grabbing these. We are so busy. Kathleen, Elaine, Hazel, you've joined us. Carol, you've joined us. Mandy, you've joined us. Sarah Jane, you haven't checked your basket out. You've got to check your basket out. Rosemary, Andrea, HNR, U34. Row this up with a two-hole spacer bar into a bracelet.
And print off your certificate of authenticity.
Absolutely.
Definitely, because if you are going to sell that on, you know, people just won't believe. Well, you don't have to highlight the price that you've just paid, but you have that certificate of authenticity, and people will know at a glance. Then that's the real thing. But it will translate.
Tested.
It'll translate into the most amazing jewellery, won't it?
Absolutely.
Just a little waterfall earring, and I'm only saying a few little rosary chain waterfall earrings.
If you're there to make profit out of this, put them in little groups of 3 perhaps, something like that. Look at that bunched together, it's just beautiful. You know, if my daughter ever gets married and doesn't scare people off, then I'd be proud to put a gemstone like this into her tiara or her jewellery. I absolutely would. Alison in Hertfordshire has bought 2. I've got Olive. Hello, Olive, you're back. I've got... Now, let me talk to everybody. Kyria, I knew you'd love this. Now, let me talk to everybody with an unchecked basket. And by that, I mean it's in... You've decided you want it on the website, haven't checked out. Now, if you're thinking, well, hang on a minute, Jenny, I know I want to keep shopping. You've got to check out individually each time, otherwise you can lose your item. We will work out your 1p&p, because a lot of the time you'll think, well, if online, if you shop and you check things out, you have to keep paying separate P&P. You don't do that with us. We will work it out. We do not take anything from your debit card till we ship your order, so you can continue shopping until midnight. So Alison from Dunbartonshire, Nazreen, Claire, Jane, Kyria, Kathleen, Carol, Mandy and Rosemary and Andrea, you need to check out your baskets. We only have very small quantities left of this. Rebecca in Essex, lady who buys gorgeous things. You're right, Jenny, I do come back for more because of the value and the quality, but also because you always brighten my day with your wacky hoops. Thank you, I'm coming to visit you. I've decided. I love Essex. I love it. I've only been there like 4 times and I love it.
We've got friends in Essex, and strangely enough, he's a jeweller. He's a jeweller.
Who is?
A friend of ours, Dave.
Really?
He's a jeweller in Essex, and he said that the people of Essex are very discerning in their gemstones. Honestly, that's the truth.
Really?
Yeah, I can give you his number and he'll tell you exactly the same. He's been a jeweller there for many, many years.
Everything's gorgeous in Essex, isn't it? Christabel from Newport is texting. Isn't that a wonderful name? Where did your designer get her top from? It's stunning. Where did your designer get her top from? It's stunning. The sapphires are amazing value for money. Well, our designer, the gorgeous Linda, where did you get your top from? They want to know. TK Maxx. Big TK Maxx. Other shops are available, such as
Marks and
Spencer's,
or
anywhere. John TK Maxx. TK Maxx. Tanya in where? Where's that? Tanya. Sounds like somewhere far away.
It does, doesn't it?
Is it somewhere like Norway or something like that?
It's certainly.
Look it up. Google it, please. Love them. Only reason I'm not buying them is because I have one on its way to me at the moment. Yahoo! Great deals. Well done, Tanya. Oh, she's in Denmark.
There you go then.
Denmark smiley face. Oh, you were quick, Tanya. Quick on you. Denmark. Oh, I've been to Denmark. I love Denmark.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
HNRU34. There are so many of you. So many of you. Pamela, Janet. Now, Zena, I knew you'd have this at the end. What
She's been queuing.
Joe's bought 2. Janet's got hers. Nandita's got hers. Oh, you're going to love these, Zena. I know you are. And don't forget, if you don't love it, Zena, send it back. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, my darling. Chrysoprase. Now, sorry, my legs are a bit funny today. I can't really use them in the normal manner. All because of my daughter. Thought it'd be hilariously funny to put me on a horse. Which was not funny because it was a great big crate. No, I can ride, but not... She was making me jump it, and I can't do that. I haven't done that in years. I was going, no, Mia, I don't want to. And she was going, stop talking and get over it. I know, less talk, go on. And I was like, oh, and when I got off, I couldn't move. I was shaking. I was going, I've got to stop, Mia. My muscles don't work anymore. I'm literally a piece of jelly. Have a look. Have a look at this chrysoprase. Now this, if you love vintage, this is your strand. Wrap these in antique bronze wire and they look so vintage. Think about verdigris, because isn't this verdigris green? Think about putting this with your pinks. Gorgeous. Have a look at these. They are drilled right at the Kool-Aid. These are the proper shape of a gemstone, aren't they, in our minds? Now, Linda, these are so very vintage. What would you make of them? Do you think they're vintage? I'm putting those words in your mouth there, aren't I?
Yes, I definitely think they're vintage, and I like that top drilled, at that top of the Coolie drill point there, because you can make from, some people don't quite know how to use them. You can just thread them on beading thread and pop little spaces in between, because obviously the little point gives you that tiny little gap there. Or make your own little bails from gold or silver wire and just twist the little bails and that. But I tell you what, they look absolutely amazing on that cut, and I would love to try chrysoprase on that as well. Is you talk about vintage, if you make a hair accessory like a vine and you want to put it around a bun or something like that, that shape of gemstone cut, it stands proud of its actual fixing, so you don't see the fixing. It's absolutely brilliant. The fixing is really, really hidden at the point.
These would be good for the rings that
that
Michelle did earlier. They'd be perfect for that, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. ISRU 93 bi-coloured chrysoprase. These range from 7 to 9 mil, a slight graduation, only a couple of mil in it. They're on a 22 centimetre tassel strand. They're blooming gorgeous and you need them. 0800 6 444 655. They're only £9.95. We don't see a lot of chrysoprase, do we? No. The colour is so powerful. It's so wonderful to have in your collection. These make great stud earrings as well. I always want to work towards an antique bronze with these, or maybe a copper wire, a bit of rose gold colour in there would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what I've used them for in the past. That was when I had some ruby zoisite.
Yes.
It went absolutely beautiful with the ruby zoisite.
I think I got some zoisite there. Here.
Yeah, it goes beautifully with that gemstone. It really does, and it gives you the chrysoprase gives you the sparkle and the zoisite gives you the background, but it's both got very similar makeup and very similar colours. Those deep sort of Merlot pinks running through it. It's stunning.
I do like the description of a Merlot pink. You know that. Goodness me. This is also going to look great with your peridot. Love. Now we have to move forward because I can't believe the time. What's going on in this world? Let's have a look. I've got some oilite, which is very hard to say very hard to say without an Irish accent, I think. Oilite. A bit like royalite. Iolite is beautiful and a very, very important gemstone because, you know, the Vikings used iolite as a compass. They used it as a compass because it has light polarizing qualities. And so you can see the sun through the clouds. It's almost a Viking sat-nav, a lot prettier than our sat-navs, in fact. But it's not about that, is it? It's not. Okay, so we got the history there. And actually, speaking to Pete, who came in earlier, he used a lot of iolite in his Viking-inspired pieces. So if you like to create jewellery that tells a story, then you can. But also you're creating jewellery with great beauty. You know those inkwell blues? That's exactly what you've got here. And when you allow the light to travel through these, you get a wonderful pink hue as well. You have trichroism in this gemstone. So if you enjoy a trichroic gemstone like tanzanite, that when the light travels in, you get the refraction, you get all these colours just coming through, bouncing around without blinding you with too much science. It basically means that you've got a gemstone that emits more than that one colour. Have a look. Have a look at what you've got here. Look at the facets as well. Now these are mirror graduated. They have clarity, they have sparkle, and they have colour. I would put, I actually think these wouldn't look bad with the sapphires that I just gave you. I think they would look gorgeous with the gold pearls. Now we're talking regal, darlings. I think they will look amazing with the champagne. Look at that. Such depth. And then what about, oh, that's my favourite. Look at, that's very Egyptian now, isn't it? With those deep, deep, dark, striking tones. Lots of gold. IOG K38 is your item code. You have got 80 carats of ironite for only £9.95. It's gone under £10 for you. Make sure you dial in quickly. 0800 644 655. Let's try and squeeze one more in, shall we? Why not? Now, this is the one I grabbed earlier. Look at this. Is this morganite or is it kunzite? Have a look. Look at that. Look at that combination. Martha, tell me what this is. Is it what I think it is? Is it morganite? Number 9, pink morganite, is it? She don't know nothing about nothing. Yeah, it is morganite. Have a look. I couldn't decide whether this was kunzite or morganite because the shade here, it's very individual actually. Let's go over to Linda. Now, I know, do you know what I heard in my ear there? Morganite, it's definitely morganite. Which you know, if anyone's got an eye for something pink, it's that lady.
I can see why you said kunzite though. It's got that lilac-y look.
Yes, hasn't it? I thought then.
That's why I went, wow, we got kunzite in. I didn't know about it. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it striking? And it's very classic. It's very feminine. And you know what? A rarity to have here actually at Jewellery Maker. I'm going to give you a wonderful price tag. We don't have oodles of time. Morganite, named after JP Morgan, who was one of the financiers in Tiffany & Co. Discovered by George Frederick Kuntz, who discovered, in fact, kunzite. So they always have the association together, isn't it beautiful? But it's not really about that. It's about the fact that we need this colour. It's about the fact that we love to use gemstones that are being used by Tiffany & Co. and Cartier.
Well, that's the typical morganite pink, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
Let's give you, how about an under £20 price tag? Look. £17.95. There was a day when we would have bet our lives on not seeing that price.
Oh my gosh, yes, absolutely.
It is an OMG price tag.
That's so pretty.
Look at that.
You know, quite often I get people say, "Oh, there's not enough pink in that morganite." Well, you've got it here in shed loads.
Absolute saturation. I put it with the pearls that you had with your Soutache kits. Now we have got Lady Gaga herself coming in. Ooh! Look at what you've done.
Yeah, well, I'll just get rid of the needle.
I love that.
I couldn't resist the pink. Sorry, the red. I just could not resist that red. So I just started.
She's done a little bit of cheeky Soutache.
Started making an earring using the shell pearl, and I just couldn't resist that. The red of that shell pearl I've just found underneath. So it's gorgeous, isn't it?
That is a piece of importance. Do you know what? It's a little bit Star Wars and the new ones, you know, with all that.
Yeah, it's going to have tiny little rose quartz 2 mils around the edge.
I think that's wonderful. I don't know why it's reminded me of Star Wars. I don't know why.
Me.
No, the new ones. You know, the mum of. I can't remember
yes, I'm with you now. Yes.
The one with Jar Jar Binks in, not the original.
Yeah, no, I'm totally.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's the costume of it. When you see that costume. Now, look, she's. Oh, look, you look lovely. I like you in purple.
Is that another one?
Hiya. No, it's an
I know what you've done
old
here. Is this a? Have you made your own?
Could this be a matching earring, bracelet, necklace from a kit that we're doing? An emerald kit.
Are you Chanel inspired here, darling?
It wasn't me that made it.
Who did it?
It was made by our beading buddies.
Don't you just love them?
I love them.
Mm-hmm. I love
this
that.
clasp here is very Chanel inspired.
Well, that's what I call it Janelle.
Chanel.
It's my favourite clasp. Have you not seen that necklace on The Devil Wears Prada with the 2 C's?
Yeah, I have.
There is thousands. My friend got it for her 40th birthday and I couldn't believe it. Everybody, all of her relatives clubbed in thousands of pounds, and oh my gosh, that clasp looks like it.
Well, this comes with the kit.
It does.
It's part of the kit. I'm very excited. We're doing a wee Emerald mini showcase at 8 o'clock.
I heard that rumour.
From 8 to half 8. And
I'll be home by then.
Will you?
Yes, I'm gonna get well gel watching you do that.
I've got a little presentation to make, because this was posted to us by a gentleman called James for Sam. Sam, come. You know you want to.
A present?
A strand of turquoise from James.
James, the good-looking jewellery maker. That's what he calls himself.
Oh, does he?
Yes.
Well, he promised he would get a tans and a turquoise strand for our Sam. And he sent it in.
Thank you,
So
I'll make something definitely out of that.
And we'll show everyone.
Yes.
We'll show everyone.
She hates coming on screen, doesn't she?
Yeah. Well, I had to let you get it there. She didn't know. I didn't tell her. And James made me a brace as well, the latest birthday present.
Your rose quartz.
Everyone in the office is laughing. I love my rose quartz.
Why
They're
are
all
you laughing?
laughing.
Why?
Because my birthday seems to have gone on for like a month.
What?
It was March the 6th, my birthday. I still keep getting birthday cards.
Blend
I'm
it
like,
into mine. Mine's in a couple of weeks, so we'll just have the same birthday.
Yeah.
That's what we'll
I'm
do.
going to learn how to give you the dumps to give you the dumps back.
The what?
What did you give me on my dump?
The
humps.
bumps.
Oh, the dumps.
Not the dumps. That's something
In
else, I
Scotland, they
think.
call the dumps, and you pat the back. But you
Oh,
started
right.
lifting
You
me up, and I didn't know what it was.
It's like you don't pat a
I'm
dog.
weird.
What is it you do?
Anywhere that
You clap a dog.
Yeah. Who claps a dog? I don't get that.
I clap
All right,
a
we
dog.
gotta go. I'm gonna clap you. Clap, not pat.
Yeah, pat. You're clapping it.
No, it's true.
Anyway.
Anyway.
It's like a clap.
You've got to go. Scottish people aren't weird. I'm going to apologise. Just this Scottish one. Off you go. Time to do your job. Go on.
Come with me.